I guess first let's go with your conversation that you actually had with the father and where everything got lost in translation after that.
Yeah, just to expand on that, it was the August of 2015, after the murders, I attempted to reach Anjum Alam, the father of Komel and Sidra. And later that afternoon, I got a call back, and certainly enough, it was Mr. Alam, confirmed that it was him, and it certainly was, and we spoke for 35 minutes. A nice guy, easy to talk to, was very pleasant. We had offered... he had made the comment that if money wasn't an issue, he would look into hiring an investigative team, and do some research to bring to what really happened here in this case. I had offered directly on the phone and said, at any time, if you want to do that and give us the green light, we'd help you with fundraising efforts or whatever need to be done to do that. To bring the truth out, but he was very pleasant to deal with. I enjoyed talking with him, and he's very, very nice. Sidra, in communicating with her, the younger sister of Komel, also did reiterate that the family opened up their arms and accepted David in, and had good times with him. Sidra said David, in fact, taught her to drive. They had hung out and watched marathons of the television series The Office, and had a good time. When David and Komel came to visit in Texas, the mother, Nyla, would make Arabian food that David loved. She would cook for him, and David and Anjum, the father, would play pool and talk and hang out. And so they all got along just fine. There had been some rumors or discussion that the family in the media. Now, the media had always said, I guess from the day one, that David was at odds with the family. The Alams were not pleasant, not happy with their daughter marrying a white veteran army military man from the United States. So I never got that perception myself. From what I heard firsthand from the family, is that they got along with David just fine. They may not have agreed on everything, but they had agreed to disagree if that was the case, and moved forward. So I'm not sure where the rest of this is necessarily coming from, but we have always, on both of the Justice for David Crowley pages, one was the group and one is the page, as Anjum, I think, would be a good, important key to this case if he were to come forward and express his views. But I'm not sure where it came into that anyone was slandering or going after the Alam family, or whether it be Nyla and her cancer treatments, Anjum with his background and what. How he's been involved in this entire thing, but he's been kind of out of the loop. But so far, we've been on good terms with him since day one. And the only thing that I remember when things went not bad, but when he started not trusting anyone, was Judy Prochnow, the neighbor of the Crowleys, contacted me and said that the rumor is that I made a personal phone call to Anjum Alam, under the guise of my name was Danny August Mason, from the Gray State Project. That's not the case. It's totally not the case. I've never done that. Now, if someone did call Alam, Mr. Alam, and say that they were Danny August Mason, or maybe it was him himself, and got Mr. Alam confused with that aspect, that certainly may be the case. But I've only spoken to him one time on the phone ever, and I clearly stated my name, and we had a good conversation that lasted 35 minutes. So I'm not sure where that is, but I think our group is still on the Alam's side, with whatever help they may need in this case. But just want to clear the air on that. I'm not sure where that's coming from. It might be misinformation. It may be deliberate disinformation as well.
So there's no problem during your conversation. It started well with Mr. Alam and it ended well, and the whole time you believe that he understood exactly who he was talking to.
Yes, I mentioned that I set up the Justice for David Crowley webpage. Said my name is Dan Hennon, created the page and would like his information on some things. And he said, "Sounds good. I'd like to, I'm interested in talking with you." And like I said, the conversation lasted 35 minutes. It was totally positive. It was good. We talked about the case and what we could do to help, and what I could do to help, and whatever we could do to get the truth out there. So,
Okay.
to me, there was no room for communication error, whether it be the name or trying to go after someone. No one's going after him, so I'm not sure where that all came from, but just wanted to make sure we're on the same page with that. What I've seen after the New Yorker article came out, and then what I've seen in the interviews relating to the documentary that Erik Nelson directed, called A Gray State, is the common theme that I'm seeing in both of these things is the concept that David Crowley came back from the war, started understanding how things work from the big picture, and then the theme that I'm seeing is that they're pushing that he saw a niche market that he could exploit. It sounds to me that the narrative they're going with is that he found this conspiracy theory group out there that he could exploit and make money off by making a movie about these crazy nut jobs. I don't buy that at all. In fact, I think that he was 100% following his heart with the script and everything that he was working on in the Gray State. He was not using it to exploit anybody, but he wanted the truth to be out there, and he would go so far as to release some of the stuff for free, the documentary. He was more, I would look at it as educating and giving people information that they could judge for themselves, but helping educate the American public, not something that he could exploit for a quick buck because he was trying to hustle someone. And that's the feeling I got after reading the article and watching the several of the interviews for the documentary, that they're trying to put a spin that he was trying to make a quick buck, is what it sounded like to me.
What do you think about the demonic angle that they're going to try to push?
Well, I think that it's with what happened in that house and what we've seen, it certainly seems plausible that if there was something behind that angle, it could have been the case. We know that David Crowley would not do this. Any normal person would not do this in their right mind if they were clearly thinking. Now, if he was under some kind of hold, under some kind of possession, perhaps he was, and perhaps he did this. But if that's the case, you still have to get around the angle that if a silencer was used to carry out the killings, why would you need a silencer if you were under this demonic possession of some entity, so no one would hear the shots? That's the one thing people have to remember about this case. The homes are close together. In the wintertime, shots of that caliber weapon that David allegedly used without any kind of suppressor or silencer would have rang through that neighborhood. So if you want to play the demonic possession card in this situation, although it's plausible, you still have to get around that fact that a silencer or something was used, as no one in the neighborhood heard anything. We've heard that neighbors heard something, but it didn't line up with the dates and times that this obviously happened in. So you still got to explain that scenario, because that still has to be dealt with, and that hasn't been yet to this day, a silencer or a suppressor.
Any final thoughts here before we go?
No, I think just to summarize, I think that once a documentary comes out, we'll be able to see that, whether it goes on to Netflix, whether it goes on to, I think it's A&E. A&E Films owns it. They're going to try to, I think, submit it. Some other people have requested it for some various film festivals to get it entered here. But I think after 6 to 12 months, whether it gets accepted or not, they'll start airing that on Netflix, maybe free for download, free movie to view. It might be on cable release after that. But it would be interesting to see what was all contained in that video footage of David doing those home videos. And I believe all that was legit and true. But to tie it into why he allegedly did this, that's a pretty giant leap. I think. The video footage that he had obviously happened, but the Erik Nelson and the film crew here took that footage, those 1,300 hours or 1,300 photographs, along with hours of documentation, and they basically needled it down to certain things that happened, and then tried to then make the viewer of the movie make the leap that he indeed did carry out this crime.
Right, because that's what we keep hearing, all of these things. Oh, it was strange, but this is where they prove, this is how they're going to prove that David Crowley is guilty. To me, that always seemed very, very strange. Yet, at the same time, they're like, well, anybody else's theory is just as good as ours. So.
Yeah, and I agree 100% right there. This doesn't prove anything. If this is just homemade videos and pictures taken by David on his cell phone, the things that he did obviously happened because it was videotaped. But to make that giant leap that this was the reason he did it, and now this proves that he did it, is nothing less than I wouldn't say a joke, but you cannot make that conclusion.
Okay. All right. So we'll just wait for the documentary to come out, and then hopefully we'll do another show, maybe a few shows on it. Who knows, depending on how bad or how good it is.
Death of a Dystopian by Alec Wilkinson. He writes a 7-page article in the New Yorker, and I find it fascinating what was missed in this article, all the different things that were not covered, yet what he chose to actually cover in this. Now, in speaking with Alec Wilkinson, it took me probably about 30 seconds to realize that this guy did not know very much about this case. Didn't know about the bullet hole in the living room that the police missed for 1 month. In this article, you're pretty much given two choices, okay? You can either believe that David Crowley is guilty or that the government killed him. That's pretty much all of the choices we're given here. How a libertarian's film project and his fate fueled the alt-right's deepest fears. I don't know what this guy is talking about here. I don't know what this guy is talking about here when he's talking about this alt-right crap. What does the alt-right have to do with any of this? Alright, this is not about alt-right, this is not about left, this is not about right, it's not about any of that. It's just about truth. First of all, has he read the police reports? Has he looked at the crime scene photos? Because I can tell you, when the people came out, when the documentary film came out to film me, the guy that I spoke with had no interest in looking at those photos. Well, if you're not going to look at those photos, if you're not going to look at the 94 pages, of course you're not going to understand where we're coming from. But if you're not willing to do that, don't write an article and don't make a fucking documentary. This is serious stuff. Now, if you have looked at these photos and if you have looked at the 94 pages and you still don't understand where a person like me is coming from, I don't know what to tell you. Here's what I can tell you. I don't know what happened. This article continually tells me what happened based on the documentary that I have yet to see. That also is going to tell me what happened. Well, I had many people from the very beginning trying to tell me what happened. And it all comes back to the same thing, the broken record of Greg Fernandez Jr. Where is your proof? So let's go through this article that fueled the alt-right deepest fears. I mean, what kind of crap is that? It all goes back to this secret knowledge that these people have, and this is why David Crowley is guilty. But we can't share it with you yet. First, we gotta go and go to every film festival that we could possibly get it into. Then we gotta sell it to somebody. So again, where does it come down to? It comes down to money. Yes, it is an interesting story. To me, the interesting thing is not just what David Crowley did, it's how the police reacted to what David Crowley did, to what they claim he did. So to me, there's many stories here. It isn't just, is David Crowley innocent or guilty? It's also, what did the police do to come to their theory? This article really doesn't cover that. Okay, it kind of glosses over that. Here's what I think really happened. I think Alec Wilkinson wrote a shitty article, 7-page article. I think there was a lot of things that he did not cover, and a lot of things he chose not to cover. Okay, but this alt-right crap is really bothering me, so I keep going back to that. Alright, so the journal was a life report, since I suspect my feelings right now in nostalgia and reflection might be of value. The timing of this article matching up with the documentary is not a coincidence. It's not an accident. Like I told the people that showed up at the house when they interviewed me. You know, I told the guy later on, man, you guys did not have to be so secretive. If you're going to try to set out to find the truth, then be truthful. We didn't know who was making this film. We didn't know what this film was for, and we didn't care, because that's how strongly we believe in what we say. But on Facebook, there is a page called Justice for David Crowley and Family, which says that its purpose is to, quote, help to clear the good name of David Crowley. The page is overseen by an accountant in Minnesota named Dan Hennon. He and Greg Fernandez Jr., a tech worker in California, conduct long discussions on YouTube in which they find fault with the police investigation and ask why someone whose future seems so promising would kill himself. I don't know if that's what we're discussing. We discuss more of how the police messed this whole thing up and how certain people jumped to the conclusion that David Crowley was guilty and totally ignored or totally just glossed over all of the things that the police did wrong. That's what we're talking about. To say that the reason why the police missed the bullet hole is because of the Christmas tree, where the Christmas tree was, is bull. Because we can see exactly where the Christmas tree was. It was not that close to the ceiling. There is no way that the police would have missed it. The police moved the Christmas tree at least once, so there's no reason for them not to have seen this large bullet hole in the living room. Alec goes on to say the journal is dominated by Crowley's notes as he wrote Gray State. What he wished for it to be, his anxieties about whether he could manage it, and the audience he imagined it would reach. He also wrote about his ambitions in general, to have a screenplay produced by 2016, to be a millionaire by 2017, his feelings for Kamel. And here's a quote from David. God, I love that woman. Strong, beautiful, ferocious, and deadly intelligent. And his determination to be a good father. So he's writing about his determination to be a good father, and then he goes ahead and kills his daughter. So as the entries go on, I guess, it starts to get darker now, okay? Where David Crowley writes, I'm expecting to wake up somebody else. Vast personality changes are happening too fast to write about every day. I am being prepped for some slide into oblivion or destiny. This is what it comes down to. And this is what Alec Wilkinson says. David Crowley was losing his mind, and he didn't seem to know it. Somebody's feeding that to Alec. This guy does not know David Crowley, okay? This guy, I mean, that's a huge statement to really say. Somebody is feeding him information that will lead to that conclusion. Journals of people overtaken by psychosis are rare. That's the very next sentence. So David Crowley was losing his mind and he didn't seem to know it, and this is a rare case. It's pretty much what the guy is saying. I hope this guy's not a journalist. This guy cannot be a journalist. I mean, I took 2 high school journalism classes, and I know there's certain things you do and certain things that you don't do if you are a journalist. I'm not a journalist, but I don't know if this guy, I don't think this guy is either, so I guess we're in the same boat. He goes on to say David Crowley owned a number of self-hypnosis recordings meant to overcome his insecurities. Again, somebody's feeding him that. The reason I say this, somebody's feeding Alec this, is because the guy obviously has not done a lot of research on this case. He thought that the convulsive things that were happening to him were the result of his endeavor to become more confident, poised, and commanding. He thought he was developing a new self. Where are all of these strange things, and where are all of the conclusions, the rush to judgment? Where is that in this article? It's missing. The only one who knows for sure is God. And that's good enough for me. Okay, in 2007, David was transferred to Fort Hood in Texas, and in 2008, he met Kamel at a bar in Waco. The next day, he introduced her to another soldier as his girlfriend. Kamel, who was a senior at Baylor University, lived with her mother and father, Nyla and Anjamalam, and her younger sister, Sidra. 3 years earlier, they had come from Pakistan. There, the girls and their mother had each had a driver, and the house was run by servants. In the U.S., they had to learn to manage for themselves. Within weeks of meeting Kamel, David found out that he was being stop-lossed. That is, his service was being extended without his consent. Furthermore, he was being sent to Afghanistan. He immediately asked Kamel to marry him. Kamel told her father that she was serious about David. So this is what Anjum Alam, Kamel's father, told Alec Wilkinson for this article. While I was talking to her, meaning Kamel, David comes to the house for the first time. He came in and he was ready to fight with me. So Kamel told Anjum that they were getting married in 2 days and that David was leaving in 2 weeks. Anjum said, I was completely in shock. Finally, I said, fine, if you guys love each other, who the hell am I to come between you? So even though David came in there ready to fight, Anjum goes on, and it seems like he and David eventually are on good terms. So David so resented being stop-loss that he told his commanding officer in Afghanistan that he couldn't be responsible for another soldier's life, and he was assigned to deliver mail. Kamel got pregnant in late 2008 during one of David's leaves. When he was finally discharged in June of 2009, he was disgruntled, and he told Kamel not to come to the ceremony for returning soldiers. Instead, he had her wait outside in the car. I don't want the army controlling how I reunite with my wife, he told another soldier. Rania was born in August of 2009. In September, the family moved from Waco to Minnesota, where Kamel knew no one. For the first 6 months, she was miserable, her sister said. She would call crying, "It's so depressing here and it's always cold." Okay, the Gray State began in the summer of 2010 when Danny Mason, whom David had met through a professor at film school, sent David an email with links to websites devoted to conspiracies and suppressed information. Conspiracies and suppressed information, very similar to the case that we're dealing with now. How ironic. According to Mason, he came back in 36 hours, having stayed up for 24 hours, and said, "You're on to something. Let's see where this goes." Before writing a first draft, David and Danny Mason wrote scenes for the trailer, which they shot with Mitch Heil in 2011. It is 2 minutes 40 seconds long, and it cost $6,000. Over the summer, Kamel's mother received a diagnosis of cervical cancer. Kamel and her father argued over the phone about treatments, and afterwards she and David decided that her family was trying to manipulate her and that she could no longer speak to them. The following day, though, David heard Kamel on the phone talking heatedly in Urdu and became angry. After they argued, she wrote, "I expected him to show me a little more compassion." She told herself that she would feel better in the morning, but she had nightmares. "I started experiencing degrees of separation between David and I," she wrote. "I guess I forgot we were two different people in two different bodies." Alright, now here we go, and Alec then goes on to say, a psychosis can overwhelm and disable a person, or it can appear episodically in the form of disordered thoughts that are themselves an attempt to ward off a collapse. At the end of July, David suffered a psychic crisis that involved a deep understanding stretching my mind past what my body can tolerate. He went on to write that he had undergone, quote, a 20-minute physical episode of visions of pure deep horror, long insight stretching unbroken like a panorama. The vision subsided, however, and he returned to his regular life, taking Rania to their sitter, having family dinners, reading and writing, and working out in the backyard with Kamel. The moment of my purpose has arrived, and if the universe awaits my consent for the go-ahead, then I say, do your worst, you filthy, sticky bitch. I know you're going to reward and seduce me before killing off what I love and burying what I build and destroying me as awfully as possible in horrible retribution for having thrust my ability so far into your black void that generations hence will still be expanding on what I started, settling the void, conquering the dark, until the greater objective is served. Very interesting quote there. It's as if the writing and making of the Gray State were a means to containing the violent fantasies within him. I'm going to read that again. It is as if the writing and making of Gray State were a means of containing the violent fantasies within him. And when the project faltered, they swamped him. So again, very similar to what Mitch Heil said, the Gray State killed him. The mics reacted as producers do, by considering the script's merits and difficulties. My first pass from story content was, this is kind of a roadmap for the next American Revolution, Michael O'Donnell told Alec Wilkinson. My second pass was breaking it down to what it costs. When David finally heard from them on September 26th, He said the Gray State might be better as a TV series. They did not offer him a contract he had counted on. David was devastated. Making Gray State was his whole world, Sidra said. David began to have trouble sleeping, and for an hour one night he lay awake and cried. I guess the big wait created a lot of anxiety that needed a resolution the situation couldn't provide, he wrote. Hence the bad weather. I'm serious. Moment by moment for a long time the weather has been following my mood. He stopped saying that he was going to be famous. He didn't say that they were moving to California anymore either, a friend named Chris Peck told Alec Wilkinson. All he said was that was a pipe dream. As if to salvage years of work, David put aside Gray State for a documentary that he called Gray State The Rise, which he assembled from interviews with himself, friends, and internet commentators, news footage, and a brief interview he had once filmed with Alex Jones. It expresses the belief that the Gray State has arrived. Working on it possessed him as entirely as writing Gray State had. And here we go. To further the brand, he planned to make the documentary available free. So working on this, quote, possessed him as entirely as writing Gray State had. So now David was possessed. He's possessed with, first he was possessed with making this film. Now he's possessed with a documentary. Possession, control, keywords, lots of keywords here. Alright, so here we go. Meanwhile, he and Kamel stopped returning phone calls and texts and emails. Anjum sent Kamel a photograph of her mother, Nyla, in the hospital, hoping to provoke her into speaking to him. Immediately, he received a call from David who said that he and Kamel wanted nothing more to do with him or the rest of the family. Sidra and her fiancé drove from Waco to Minnesota to check up on Kamel. A few months earlier, Anjum had lent David and Kamel a car as a pretext. Sidra planned to tell them that he needed it back. She would leave her own car for them. So Sidra and her boyfriend at the time, now her husband, drove from Waco to Minnesota on October 16th. They drove for 16 hours, and they arrived at around 7 that evening. They knocked on the door, and Sidra said, "I'm here to see my sister." David apparently told her, "We want nothing to do with you. I thought I made that clear," and he shut that door. She knocked again. David said, "Go sit in the car." Vincent, the boyfriend, saw a shadow on the wall behind David and felt sure that it was Kamel's. When David came out to the car, he said that there was no way Sidra could see her sister. Sidra said that they had come to exchange cars. Sidra said that he needed an hour to get the car ready, but he would return it only if they took both cars, which meant Sidra would have to drive 16 hours to Waco by herself. She said she couldn't. Fine, David said, deal's off. Then he went back in the house. Vinny and I looked at each other like, "What now?" Sidra told Alec Wilkinson. Vincent knocked on the door again, and David came out. Vincent extended his hand, and David hesitated, then shook it. "Her mom needs her daughter," Vincent said. "You said an hour, right?" When they returned, Sidra saw David watching them from a picture window beside the front door. The car was on the street, and on the dashboard there was a photograph of Kamel, Sidra, and Nyla. Kamel had written on the back of it, "I have always loved you and Mom, and always will." Sidra and Vincent decided to leave their car for Kamel in case she ever needed to flee. Sidra wrote, "I love you too" on the back of the photograph and left it on the dashboard, and they drove away quickly. Alright, so now we're going to get into the article where it talks about this pact, alright? You ready for this? A mania shared by two people, one of whom appears to be dominant, is called a delusion by proxy, and is rare. Again, this is a rare case. But hey, let's not worry about too much facts. Let's just call it rare and create a story that we want to present to the public that will conveniently match the documentary film that's coming out that's going to say about the same thing. But hey, two different sources, right? Wrong. Okay, the treatment begins by separating the people sharing the delusions. David's entry for October 30th, 2014 cryptically says, "Kamel got raptured today. She's still here." That morning he had gone to Home Depot, and when he returned, Kamel came into the kitchen and asked him to hold her. She said something was very wrong, something about "do not fear, sweet body, for we have felt this pain together," David said in a recording that he made immediately afterwards on his phone. He went on, paraphrasing her, quote, "Don't worry about the pain because you do not know how to feel pain. You will return to the dust in your dark slumber, and I will be gone. I have my mission," she had told David. She said she had heard a woman's scary voice and asked if he had heard it. Sounding distraught, she reproduced the voice. "I've warned you. I've warned you. Then I want you. Please come with me. Please come with me. Your place won't come to me. There's nothing left here. David went into his office and shut the door. This took a lot out of her, he said into his phone. He had held her while she began to shake and weep and howl, and then she said, "This is what rapture is." Kamel came into the room then and lay down on the couch. "You said you were Egyptian," David told her. "You said you'd come from very far to find me and Rainey, and I need to come with you, and there's not much time." The primary emotion was that of desperate love, like hopeless love, he continued. "And on some level, your soul has committed to mine, and we're going to go somewhere, and Rainey is coming with." "Those were the last words," Kamel said, her voice pitched just high above a whisper. Demons don't just show up on your front door. You have to let them in. So that's where the occultist thing, where the spirituality thing, where the Bohemian Grove owl thing, that's where all that comes into play. And a very interesting quote where David mentions the Antichrist and having a soft spot for the Antichrist. These are not normal things. The week before Christmas, David and Kamel visited their friend Chris Peck. They were uncontrollably, zealously happy. David gave me some books, one about how to succeed in Hollywood, one about writing, and then he handed me a bunch of notes for a screenplay I was writing, and he gave me back video games I had lent him. He gave me back everything I had ever lent him. Kamel wished me Merry Christmas, and as quickly as they were in, they were out. High spirits, everything looks good, but somehow all of this is again leading to their downfall. This is 1 week before Christmas. They tell him Merry Christmas. They're celebrating Christmas. They're obviously celebrating Christmas. There's no doubt. All right, and Alec writes again, "High spirits are characteristic of people resolved on suicide. Even though they won't leave a suicide note, you won't leave any indication of a suicide. Here they are talking about a pact. Okay, this guy is being very sneaky about his writing here because they're talking about a pact. But he's very clear. He's very careful about what he says. But we know what he's saying. It is why so many stories of suicide include someone saying, 'We thought we had got better.' The decision often gives people a feeling of being released from their troubles. Dan Luttrell served with David in Afghanistan, but he hadn't spoken with him in a while. Then late one night, a few days before Christmas, quote, 'I was sitting on the computer,' Dan said, 'drinking, and I got a message from him. They discussed the Army and their lives in Gray State. Quote, he was drinking absinthe, and I was drinking whiskey and beer. After about 2 hours, Luttrell said that he was ready for bed, and David asked him to delete their exchange. His exact words, this is a quote from Dan Luttrell, his exact words were, 'If you're truly my brother and my friend, you'll do it. I promise you'll understand soon.' The last entry in the journal reads, 'I am no one. It is everyone else who is someone.' On Christmas morning, he makes a list of plans for the coming year. Christmas 6-day countdown meme. It will be a new year, he wrote, and he reminded himself that December 30th was the last day to crowdfund. Planning for the future. More planning for the future. How much evidence do we have that David was planning for the future and not necessarily planning to kill himself? Then with the pistol that he kept in his safe in the bedroom, he shot Kamel and Rainey. So all of a sudden, right? So here he is. He's talking about the last day for the crowdfunding on December 30th. Then he goes and he decides to shoot his wife and his daughter as they lay on the living room floor. Sometime later, he sat down beside them and shot himself. No mention of the bullet, no mention of anything. It's just, okay, that's it. So here we go from David writing his last entry. And all of a sudden, then, with a pistol he kept in his safe in the bedroom, he shot Kamel and Renya as they lay on the living room floor. That's a quick jump. The next morning, Dan Jr. left presents for David and Kamel and Renya on the doorsteps. In the living room, David had done something that police omitted from their incident report and waited months before telling the families. Months. In his hands, covered in his wife's blood, he stood on the couch and wrote on the wall, Allahu Akbar, which means God is great. On the floor by Kamel, he had placed a Quran open to a prayer of forgiveness. A few days after the bodies were discovered, David's father and sister went into the house. Apparently they went into that. Everybody goes into this house and nobody sees the bullet in the living room ceiling. Got it. Now, if it's a few days later that they go into this house, they obviously would see the writing on the wall, right? No, because the police had painted that wall white, so they painted over it. Cleaners had to cut out the floorboards where the blood had warped them, so it was clear where the bodies had lain. And then there was questions if some of that blood had seeped down into the basement walls, because on one of the basement walls, it does look like there is blood. There's a reason why Allahu Akbar was written in blood on that wall. And yes, it does make sense to me that it is a satanic angle, that it is a demonic angle, an occultist angle. But that doesn't make it true. That doesn't make it fact. Mason Hendricks was also in the house and when he looked up and saw that there was a bullet hole in the living room. Again, not mentioned in this article. I told Alec Wilkinson about that. He found it strange. I told his fact checker. She found it strange. Mason Hendricks found it strange. Everybody finds it strange, but nobody wants to talk about it. That's even more strange. Danny Mason maintains David's Gray State Facebook page, posting videos and remarks every few weeks, usually critical of the government. He and Dan Sr. own the rights to the concept, and while David Sr. is uncertain what outcome he prefers, Danny Mason still hopes to make Gray State. So even after the guy dies, even after the guy allegedly kills his family, you're really going to move forward with this movie? You must not be thinking clearly. Because if you really think you're going to make this movie and you're going to make money off of this, that's pretty sick to me. So I will debate Danny Mason on this anytime. Alright, so there's the article there. Just wanted to cover that and get that off of my chest. Feel a lot better now. Might be one of the only times I ever am forced to read an article from the New Yorker. Hopefully I never have to do it again. See you next time.
Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. Today is July 11th, 2017. I'll be joined with guest host Greg Fernandez Jr. And between the both of us, we're going to review the movie documentary called A Gray State by Erik Nelson. This is the documentary that Erik Nelson and his team put together relating to the David Crowley and the family murders and the project called The Gray State. It was premiered at the Tribeca Film Festival. The film, once again, is a documentary called A Gray State, not to be confused with the Gray State project that David Crowley was working on, or Gray State The Rise, the documentary that David Crowley did. But this is called A Gray State, which is really just a documentary based on this whole events of the deaths of the family of 3 in Apple Valley, Minnesota. Is that a good way to summarize it, Greg?
Yeah, it's basically a documentary of the documentary and of the life of David Crowley, and more so, not really his life, but his death is kind of what it seems to really be focused on, and this whole alt-right thing. The key word that I keep hearing is alt-right, right-wing, you know? It's like, wait a minute.
Yeah, it's really pushing the envelope there on some of these reviews of the movie.
Yeah, and there's no facts to really back up any of this alt-right crap, so...
Yeah, and the movie was, the documentary that Erik Nelson directed was taking, I think it was up to 13,000 hours of different footage and audio and home movies and selfies, and, David awfully seemed to film a lot at home all the time. Anything that came up, it seemed to film. So once they got a hold of all of this footage and video and photographs and video, they really went to town on making this movie, and it really brought out some new things. Now, I haven't seen it myself, and neither have you, but it just came out. It was previewed in the Tribeca Film Festival. Now, lately, it was shown in the Nantucket Film Festival, and then I think next month it makes its premiere in the Australian Film Festival. Now, tonight's show topic will really be the reviews that we're seeing on this website called the Rotten Tomatoes movie review website, and The reason that we're dedicating this section tonight for this episode is there's only 5 reviews out there on this movie, and all I think were added in a 1 week time period, and they all say basically the same thing with a little different verbiage, and then nothing's been added since, and all the 5 reviewers give it 2 thumbs up, or in this case 100% really on the tomato meter as this great documentary, but yet there's no poster on the movie, there's no information on it, the audience has it written in, there's no other comments, there's just 5 critics, and they say what a great movie it is. So tonight's episode will be basically on this, and what I'll do is I'll pull this up, Greg, and there's only the 5 reviews, and we're going to go through one at a time and basically bring them up. How does that sound for you?
Cool. Sounds good. Yeah, I think people should, check out this site, and if they want to, start leaving comments. I think I might just leave a comment here in a day or two.
Yes, good idea. And the other thing too is reviewing these comments and reviewing these reviews. Keep in mind too as many of us talk about the compromised media and the mass media as tools and slaves and basically working for the man. These reviews, as I read them, do not seem to be authentic reviews. They're still seem to be pushing a narrative. So, for the listeners out there, when you watch this, leave comments yourself below this video when we publish it, because hopefully it'll open your eyes and ears when you read reviews in the future. Right off the bat, we'll start with Frank Scheck. Frank Scheck wrote a Gray State film review for the Tribeca Film Festival. Although several self-identified citizen investigators, he's referring to us here, by the way, attempted to prove that the family was murdered, the quote, credibility means nothing to me, one of them ironically comments. And that's a shot towards you, Greg, there. I believe
I was wondering who that was about.
That was exactly, and I'll get to that too, because this is a good one to start with, because I know exactly what you meant when you said that, but he obviously took it the wrong way. It goes on to say the film makes its case methodically and persuasively. Nelson, who's produced such Werner Herzog documentaries such as Grizzly Man, Herzog returns the favor by serving as this film's executive producer, clearly knows his way around obsessive personalities, and in Crowley he's found a compelling textbook example of obsession descending into madness. And so right off the bat, as Frank Scheck goes in and makes a couple, I wouldn't say condescending, but comments, and then really throws Crowley under the bus as an obsessive person here who has descended into madness. And that's a common theme on these reviews too, is painting, I would call this the David Crowley case, going down that path of the movie The Shining, the Stephen King movie The Shining is what I'm kind of referring to, is they're painting David Crowley into this person who's gone off the deep end. Werner Herzog is the executive producer of Erik Nelson's documentary about the mysterious deaths of an alt-right filmmaker and his family. So there we get the phrase alt-right right off the bat.
Right-wing media provocateur Alex Jones recently admitted in court that he's merely playing a character. Yeah. We're already here talking about Alex Jones. All of a sudden, the focus, an article that is supposed to be about David Crowley and this alt-right filmmaker who killed his family, all of a sudden it turns to Alex Jones. And they call Alex Jones someone who is associated with the right wing. Well, I don't believe there's any proof that Alex Jones is associated with the right wing. I don't believe Alex Jones, really gets into that, to the Democrat-Republican thing. I think he's getting a lot of flack now because of his stance on Trump, but really, this has nothing to do with Alex Jones. It goes on again, talking about exploring the alt-right phenomenon through the prism of a conspiracy theory involving its subject's demise. A gray state in which Jones makes a brief appearance provides timely political commentary along with a fascinating true-life crime tale. Here we are talking about an alt-right filmmaker, and then we move to Alex Jones. And I think that's a big problem, because what is the tie between Alex Jones and David Crowley? There are some, but they don't really go into that. They don't really mention how many times has Alex Jones had David Crowley on. I've only found maybe one, maybe two.
Yeah, I think it was,
maybe
I think
twice.
it was once or twice, but that was about it. And Jones supported it along with a bunch of other folks in the alternative media. But in working with the Gray State and the David Crowley, he was very prominent to ensure not to use Republican Democrat paradigm in any of his work. I mean that, and now what we're getting in the reviews is that all over again. The shoving the left side, right side, divide and conquer, and that was not Crowley's aim. I think from being a libertarian standpoint on this project, is to mainly open up and open up their eyes and educate the people. Not left-right paradigm, not right, left, alt-right and everything else, but the review right away goes into this Alex Jones connection and as a discrediting attempt.
Eric Nelson has also said he would consider David Crowley a libertarian. And I think we're going to find that too. It's like, well, where is this alt-right thing coming from? Like, why are these articles so slanted? I don't think that this movie is going to solve what really happened. But maybe I'm wrong. Wouldn't be the first time.
Now the self-identified citizen investigators, I think he's referring to you and I.
Why do you think that's us? That's so funny.
That is exactly because one of your quotes on your exchange with Sean Wright right at the beginning on an instant message was, "You're going to lose all credibility if you go down this road." And you said back to him, "My credibility means nothing to me. I'm not out for how I'm viewed down the road. I'm out for the truth," is what you said.
Okay.
And that, I think, is what he's driving at here by saying how ironic it is. Now, I'd like to jump in here and opine personally that it's the same with me. So I agree with you, Greg, here that credibility for me on this case means nothing, as far as I'm not trying to do research into this case to be credible on the street or to have street cred or to look good or to look bad. It's to get the truth out there, irrelevant of the credibility and how it makes me look as a person, sheds me in a good or bad light. That's what you were referring to there, and that's what Sean Wright was so concerned about by saying, if you jump in this, you're going to lose street cred on the outside by delving into this case. And you said, I don't care about that.
Gotcha.
I want the truth to come out. So that's the whole point with investigators like what we have here on the Justice for David Crowley pages. It's the people that want the truth, irrelevant if they like it or not, if it sheds them in a good light or not, or if it sheds them in a positive or negative light. We don't care about that, is what this whole point is trying to be. We want the truth out there.
Right, and they're trying to kind of spin that.
Correct.
By saying that the credibility, that I'm not worried about credibility because I don't have any, or I mean, I'm reading this. I've read this sentence like several times, and I still don't know what the crap this guy is saying. I might just have to ask him.
Yeah, you certainly could, but yeah, the two featured in the film is us on that Citizen Investigators is who he's driving at there, and that's kind of a shot, an underhanded shot there towards us as not knowing what's going on. Now the next one is Nick Shager. Nick Shager writes for the Daily Beast. He made a comment on his review here from 4/20/17. The title on his review, not his review, but the article that he wrote reviewing the movie, "An alt-right filmmaker's descent into madness, paranoia, and murder-suicide," is the headline. A documentary at Gray State examines the story of David Crowley, an Iraq veteran and alt-right filmmaker whose paranoia consumed him. So, right, we get back to your favorite word there, the alt-right. They're trying to spin a political side of this story,
right.
Left-right paradigm again, using those key words, and basically someone who was consumed by paranoia. They use the word descent into madness. It's back to The Shining. It's a Jack Nicholson episode here from the Stephen King movie, The Shining. It's what it comes down to.
Yeah, here's David. Here we go.
And he says the comment, which brings us back to Alex Jones, who appears on multiple occasions throughout A Gray State, thanks to David's fandom.
Oh.
So it
Isn't
brings
that
in
nice?
Alex Jones on this one as well. They suggest here that David's uncompleted movie is a warning sign about the real horrific costs of promoting conspiracy theories to a gullible, volatile element of the public. As one friend remarks about the online criticism David received for not completing his project on time, whereas comic book fans might be nitpicky about superhero movies, Gray State's target audience was another level of obsessive. These people are actually legitimately insane, though. That's the difference. That's the article here from the Nick Shager, and that's just one paragraph. I think I've got another one here saved, but he mentions once again the Alex Jones, mentions the alt-right, and mentions conspiracy theories, selling it to a gullible, volatile element of the public.
Yeah, if you read the first paragraph, it really has the whole first part has nothing to do with David Crowley. It's about Donald Trump, and it's about Alex Jones, it's about Sandy Hook, it's about all of these different theories that have nothing to do with this case and hopefully have nothing to do with this film, because that's not the real story here. These guys are missing the whole point. They're missing the real story here. And to me, that is ironic, that these people are in these places where they can write these stories and they expect us to take them seriously, but they will not cover the actual story. And why do all of these reviews sound exactly the same? They're worded a little bit differently, but it's basically saying the same thing with the same cast of characters and with the same lies. I mean, there is no alt-right. The alt-right has nothing to do with this. Donald Trump has nothing to do with this. Alex Jones, they have nothing to do with this. It's not about that. It is about, did this guy kill his family and himself, or did he not? That's what I hope that this movie will focus on. I still have high hopes that it will focus on that, and after we watch this movie, that we will walk away wanting to do more research. That's here, what I hope it does.
Correct. It says here too that it does say that the movie employs an enormous amount of footage shot by David as he prepped his opus, as well as plentiful home movies and interviews with friends, relatives, and co-workers. Erik Nelson depicts his subject as a vet so disillusioned by his combat tours of duty that he became gripped with paranoia about the military-industrial complex's nefarious intentions. Expressing that through his film, he gave a voice to those on the nascent alt-right who spend their days and nights dreaming of violent rebellion in the name of liberty.
Oh, right.
So we get this vet now so disillusioned by his combat tours. Now they're hinting at PTSD, paranoia, and it mentions the alt-right. So it also goes on to say that the police deemed it a murder-suicide that was pre-planned by David, replete with an iTunes playlist soundtrack created just for the occasion. So it's just a very condescending note here written in the review of a guy who went off the deep end. PTSD, military, paranoia. These words we're hearing is the paranoia types of phrases over and over again.
Yeah, and this guy is actually saying that the cops are saying that David created this iTunes playlist just for this, just so he could commit these crimes.
Specifically made
that doesn't make any sense.
And that's what he's alluding to here.
That's kind of what it sounds like. Yeah, I mean, if I'm reading this right,
and it says the word pre-planned. So a soundtrack created just for the occasion leads the reader once again to premeditated events and things that were done way in advance to come up with this murderous rampage.
Right.
So they're they're alluding to, they're planting the seeds in the heads of the reader that this was premeditated, and it's a slam dunk, open and closed case. Once again, tying it all off in a nice bow for the reader to look at, rather than letting the person watch the movie and come up with their own conclusion.
Right, because they never take the time to explain why they think this was pre-planned, and yet at the same time, David snapped.
Correct.
How do they explain that? Well, they just don't talk about it and hope nobody asks about it. But of course, people are going to ask about it. They know that a lot of people are asking. They have a responsibility. The police, from the beginning, had the responsibility to give the public as much facts as possible, so that way a lot of people wouldn't be jumping to conclusions and wouldn't, have all of these outlandish theories, blah blah blah. But it's just like, and then now it seems like this film is going to kind of. Is it going to counter that? Is it going to really answer these questions, or is it just going to kind of gloss over some of these things that we've been very focused on? I'm kind of worried about that too. Is that they're going to try to get everybody to focus on something else and not focus on the real story here and the real facts and the real questions.
Correct. I agree 100%. It's all meant to distract and derail the person watching watching it, the film, and coming up with these various preset conclusions, rather than being open-minded and exploring and researching what really went on here behind the scenes. Now, Nick Shager goes on to say on his review on Rotten Tomatoes, is a gray state slowly peels back the curtain on David's private life to reveal an increasingly unstable individual, one whose suspicions about institutional systems quickly blossomed into distrust of everything and everyone around him. So once again, we see the words, we see the suspicions, the unstable individual, leading here to the psycho, to the person who's lost touch with reality, a sociopath essentially, distrusting everything and everyone around him. So there are some other key words there from Nick Shager.
Did the police see this stuff? Or is there stuff that people withheld from the police, or just didn't bother to tell them?
Well,
didn't think that it was relevant.
That's a good question, because of this 13,000 hours of information. I don't believe the detectives and the investigators went through all that stuff. It sounds like Erik Nelson and his group got their hands on this information and grabbed all of these hard drives and went through them and came up with the good stuff that was gleaned, and put it into a movie in the format of a documentary. So I think they went through and picked and chose the good items there and turned it into a movie that would sell, that would keep people entertained, but not really tell the story of what happened in that home relating to the murders.
Yeah, this writer has got to be one of the worst. First of all, this was published on 4/20. I think he should have waited and sobered up.
Correct.
Because this whole article begins with Alex Jones and it ends with Alex Jones. Why is he trying to push so hard this tie between Alex Jones and David Crowley? Maybe because a lot of people know who Alex Jones is, or at least have some false sense of who Alex Jones is. And the readers of these websites, the ones who actually go there, doesn't sound like they're fans of Alex Jones. They actually might have some ill will, some hatred towards Alex Jones. So if the author can psychologically tie David Crowley with Alex Jones, then the people that don't like Alex Jones, well, maybe they won't like David Crowley either, and maybe they won't really look into what happened with David Crowley and his family. They'll just write it off. And I think they've been trying to write this off since day one. I think a lot of people have been.
Yeah, it's more modus operandi, the MO of these critiques, trying to slam home the fact that David Crowley was a nut job who lost touch with reality. That's it. It's just that's what they're trying. It's a discredit campaign, I think, is what these articles are setting out to do.
I think the good thing is at least he doesn't talk about our credibility, right? So that's good.
Yes. Now, Anthony Kaufman is the next one. He writes for Screen International. Anthony writes, a tantalizing and fascinating real-life story. Now, keywords, real life, throw that in with the word truth, true, real life, trying to send the message home that the case is closed, it's a done deal. A highly topical and resonant trip down the alt-right rabbit hole produced by Werner Herzog. This is what Kaufman writes there. Alt-right comes up again, the word rabbit hole.
Only took them 2 sentences. That's it. And the alt-right is back.
And it's right on back.
Oh boy. There it is. The alt-right rabbit hole. Okay, I don't know. I guess I'm going to have to figure out who is really a part of this alt-right and why are they connecting David Crowley to this alt-right thing.
Now, he writes on this article that I did a screenshot, says, but if the documentary begins as some kind of American movie for the alt-right, keyword, portraying a dedicated outsider, filmmaker's efforts to make his very own blockbuster, the story abruptly turns darker. In January 2015, Crowley was found dead along with his wife and daughter in their Minnesota home. Crowley's fans and devotees were quick to call foul play, suggesting
False.
that the U.S. government assassinated one of their would-be leaders. But the truth,
False.
as Erik Nelson reveals in his carefully plotted out and sympathetic investigation, is more tragic and sad than shadowy. What are some key words that jump out for you, Greg, on this one?
Well, so Erik Nelson has the truth. So basically they're saying this guy's saying this film is the truth. Everybody has their theories, and he's going to lump all of the fans, he's lumping them all into one small little box and saying this is what they all thought.
Correct.
Which is totally BS. I mean, there's so many different people that have so many different views or that don't have a conclusion. They haven't come to that point where they've said, okay, this is what happened. Yeah, there are many that have, but I think there are many more that have not. And this guy doesn't even address those. It's just, well, this is what the fans think. This is what these people think. And it's not true. And then he's going to actually use the keyword true in this. That's ironic, too, to me. I mean, come on. Doesn't
Correct.
get any more ironic than that. And it always comes back down to the theory that the government killed him, which they know that is a key word for many people that are just going to go, that are going to roll their eyes and they're not going to want to dig any deeper.
Yep. And what I see here, Greg, is the phrase Hegelian dialectic jumps right out at me. It's suggesting two sides once again on everything that this Anthony Kaufman writes. He
Sure.
says Crowley's fans and devotees were quick to call foul play. That to me shows that the only people, what he's subliminally messaging here is the only people that call foul play in this entire case were Crowley fans and devotees. Now, I myself am not a Crowley fan before this case happened. I never heard of David Crowley, and I wasn't devoted to his work and even never heard of the Gray State Project. But I, on day one, was quick to call foul play on this case. There's many others like me and and yourself out there that called foul play that were not fans and devotees. So the article shows that the only people calling foul play were his big fans and supporters, what it makes the reader assume. Then he goes on to say that those who called foul play suggested it was the U.S. government that did it. Once again, Hegelian dialectic, one way or the other. If someone did kill him, it was the U.S. government. That is not what many of us are suggesting, that it was a top-level assassination. It could certainly be an option, but there's lots of different scenarios here, but this article is really pushing down the reader's throat that there's two sides. You're either with them or you're not. You're a nut job like Crowley's fans, or you're not. Everything that he's presenting here in this carefully crafted article is suggesting we, they, us, them, good, bad, law, left, right paradigm. Now, he also goes on to say, but the truth, as director Erik Nelson reveals, is more tragic and sad than shadowy. So once again, it's bringing conclusion, it's bringing closure to this case that Erik Nelson has done the work with his team, investigated all the scenarios, and has put the truth here in one nice documentary that someone could watch and solve this case. The word truth is used, and that's what jumped out at me after reading this one.
If I was a fan, I'd be pretty pissed off. It also says, it calls David a would-be leader, one of their would-be leaders, as if these people really need leaders. It wasn't really about leaders. I mean, I don't see anywhere where David, at least publicly, considered himself a leader or where other people considered himself their leader. So it's always about, we need some type of a leader, Then he has to talk about truth. You don't know what the truth is. Erik Nelson will tell you he does not know what the truth is. I haven't seen this movie, and I can almost guarantee you that when you watch this movie, it will not be what the truth is. I think it'll be a lot more questions, as it should be, because there are a lot more questions that have not been answered. And I think we're right back to that same thing where the focus is what they want it to be. It's not about what really happened. And that's what's sad and shadowy here, is that they don't want to focus on the actual truth.
Correct. The leader, I remember reading one of the other reviews of this movie also, they called David Crowley a charismatic leader. They're trying to push that almost, I'm trying to think of the guy's name, James Jones, almost a Jim Jones concept is what they're trying to visualize, that he was some off-the-rails leader that people were blindly following. And I think that they're trying to make, to discredit part of this MO, to discredit David Crowley, that he was a David Koresh, Waco kind of a figure, is what they're trying to envision in people's heads because they can latch onto that. That's how I see these articles coming off, when they use the word leader, that is.
Yep, you're absolutely right.
All right, Jason Bailey is next.
He doesn't talk about alt-right too, right? He takes it a little easier on us.
Let's see what Jason writes. This is a harrowing portrait, how easily our own darkness can take us over if we let it. Jason Bailey, who writes for FlavorWire. Once again, darkness, this whole dark, it can easily take it over. It's called a harrowing portrait. Jason writes about that, and I got a clip here, and let's see what phrases he uses. On Christmas Day, 2014, an independent filmmaker named David Crowley killed his wife, 5-year-old, and himself.
On Christmas Day.
Right there, it's written as if it's a fact. It's written as truth and fact. And really, that's an opinion and a theory. But because of a cryptic clues that he left behind, and the fact that he was making a libertarian fringe thriller for the Alex Jones set, this horrible tragedy became fodder for conspiracy theorists who believe he was silenced for his anti-government leanings. Erik Nelson's sad and often chilling documentary argues that it was far less dramatic or extraordinary than that. Theirs was a sad story of a couple succumbing to despair and to the same kind of paranoia that infused his work. It's a hard movie to watch, as his private audio and video recordings serve as journals of a descent into madness.
Ooh, there's that word again.
But this is a harrowing portrait how easily our own darkness can take us over if we let it. So there's so many things on this phrase by Bailey here that it seems he got the script, tweaked it a little bit from what he was supposed to write, and then published his review. But once again, it's almost copy-paste items.
Yeah. It sounds like this.
It states to the fact that he did the killing. He left clues behind. He uses the phrase libertarian as a fringe thriller, mentions Alex Jones again as an attempt at discrediting the fans, and then he uses the phrase conspiracy theorists who do believe he was silenced for his anti-government leanings. Now,
and fodder. Don't forget fodder.
The word fodder there is another belittling, demeaning word here for those. But Hegelian dialectic, once again, if you do believe that he was silenced and someone did it, it was killed by the government because of his anti-government leanings.
Right. And that's it. That's all you get. It's either that or he's guilty.
It also mentioned that the story is sad. It's a sad story of a couple succumbing to despair. And it goes on to say the word paranoia that was infused in his work. And they serve as journals. These audio and video recordings serve as journals of a descent into madness. It's back to The Shining. It's back to that Jack Nicholson character descending into madness. But is it him now, or is this review calling him and Comel both descending into madness? You know, we've got this one theory where there's a pact that they both agreed to do this. There's people talking that David went mad and took Comel with him. There's theories that David and Comel both went mad at the same time. I mean, I can't even keep up with all these goofy scenarios going on here from what could have happened. All we know is that they had a descent into madness.
Oh boy, that was a tough 3 sentences. I think that's just like, yeah, that's really tough. First, he's telling us when when they were killed, which nobody knows. Police don't even know that. And then he's talking about a libertarian fringe thriller. I've never even heard that term. I don't even know what that means.
Oh, now they're talking thriller instead of, it's talking that the movie was made, to be sold as a thriller on the fringe, this fringe group, conspiracy theories once again.
That are libertarians,
Libertarian,
right? That are within the libertarians.
There's a total of 5, and no one seemed to put any more reviews out there or comments on there for the last 2 months now. So it's been these 5 jokers right off the bat, and then it's kind of gone silent. Nothing out there. We get Chris Barsanti next. Barsanti writes for the Playlist, and he on April 27th writes on Rotten Tomatoes, a stingingly emotional portrait of an outwardly confident and well-rounded man who is actually descending into madness. Keywords, look for the keywords now. Madness, descent. It's all a little more of the same here with this one. Now, Barsanti writes, here's the headline he used for the Tribeca Review: When Fantasies Kill, the Murderous Madness of an Alt-Right Paranoiac in a Gray State. There's our same words again here. We're throwing in the alt-right, paranoid, and the word madness.
And check out the first sentence and see how accurate this sounds to you. Discussing a December 2015 murder-suicide.
There we go. Not long into Eric Nelson's tightly packed and disturbing documentary, A Gray State, discussing a December 2015 murder-suicide in a Minneapolis suburb that left filmmaker David Crowley, his wife Kamel, and their 5-year-old daughter Rania dead. Local journalist Corey Zarowski noted that it was catnip for conspiracy theorists, unquote. Why? Because for several years Crowley had been trying to make a feature film called Gray State that looked like something cooked up by a room full of Alex Jones fans after a 3-day Red Bull and Googling marathon.
What is that? Sorry, go ahead.
Please
continue.
It only gets better. The idea that Crowley, an Army veteran habitué of alt-right sites, would murder his family and write Allah Akbar in blood on the walls of their home before turning the gun on himself just wouldn't compute. So this is, now we get into some very condescending conspiracy theorists as considered morons, nerds, and geeks. They throw everything together here, even using the Corey Zarowski. Zarowski had the article in the City Pages that talked about the case that actually was pretty good, pretty well-rounded, I should say, not too good, but a well-rounded article in the City Pages in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area. But he did throw the word in that he said that he thought that this story was catnip for conspiracy theorists. And so it also goes on to mention here that the feature film Gray State that looks something cooked up by a room full of Alex Jones fans after a 3-day Red Bull and Googling marathon. And so this is just giving the reader the visual of nerds in their parents' basement, surfing the web all night long, using
that are Alex Jones fans.
Red Bull, yeah, and this is all to discredit.
Do these people not know that David Crowley was not an Alex Jones fan? I mean, do they not understand the vast differences between, Alex Jones? Do they not care about David Crowley's quote where he said, he didn't like the way Alex Jones was peddling merchandise to his fans and all that? It's like every article has mentioned Alex Jones.
I think they all got a nice little paycheck for writing the review and probably didn't do much thinking of after watching the movie at all. These are I think the script for these reviews are written by the propaganda unit, the propaganda arm of the CIA, and then these authors came in and tweaked a little bit to make them look authentic, and that was it. They made the press. It's sitting there now in the world to read on the Rotten Tomatoes website, which a lot of people do use. Good, honest people do use that site for regular movies, but they're going to come here, read this, and say, I'm not interested in watching some Looney Tunes dude kill his family.
This article does mention as a self-proclaimed citizen investigators. Again. Okay. dismiss the notion that the crime scene was what it appeared to be. Again, it's like, no, that's not. They're missing so many things. There's so much that is missing here from what. If you're gonna mention citizen investigators, at least be accurate in mentioning what they're investigating.
Correct.
Not that they're investigating that, oh, the bodies were moved or this or that. We're investigating the whole thing. We're doing what they should be doing. We're doing their job for them, and we're not getting paid for this.
Correct.
That really kind of bothered me. And then they talk about Alex Jones again, and how they're clear not to mention Alex Jones. He's only mentioned once or twice. It's like, so at least they do go there, and it's just too bad that they had to spend a whole first paragraph on Alex Jones first, and then say, well, but it's not really about Alex Jones. If you get past that.
Yep, they're all very, very cut from the same cloth, all these articles and reviews written by the experts, and the documentary was done by experts, and we've got the facts, we've got the truth, the case is closed. No need to do anything more of the research. You just pop in this movie for 93 minutes and you've got your answers and you can move on with your life, is what the intention of these reviews are setting. Once again, I got the Rotten Tomatoes front page here pulled up. It's showing 100% on the tomato meter for A Gray State 2017. There's no poster even for it. Hopefully we can encourage you to go out and make a comment on the Rotten Tomatoes site if you'd like to, but for certain, try to leave a comment here on this YouTube video, and we'll see if other people are noticing the same kinds of things, or if you could leave comments underneath this video here for anything that we have missed here tonight. But this is just the 5 reviews that are out there, and once again, it's just to help the reader look for keywords and key phrases and things like this when you look at things like this from a different set of eyes, being awake, being open to the truth. Some of these things I think seem to jump out at us when you start looking at it from that mindset. What other things have you gotten, Greg, on these 5 reviews? Anything else from a top level that you've seen on these reviews that you want to mention?
Well, I think we covered it. We basically covered it all. It's to connect the alt-right with Alex Jones somehow, and then with Donald Trump, and then with David Crowley. And in this last one by Chris Barsanti, it goes into the soldiers, how David, it focuses on the fact that David Crowley was a soldier. It talks about Black Hawk Down. It talks about PTSD. It really has a lot of code words in there that kind of make you feel sorry for this guy, and it's trying to tell you a story. And I think a lot of the problem that I see now, and a lot of the problem with a lot of the kids that are growing up now in this social media age, is that they want a quick answer, they want a quick fix, they want it solved. They think that they know everything. They think that, they can look at a couple of these posts and figure out what really happened. I think these guys that are writing these things, these 5 pieces, these 5 people that wrote these 5 pieces, they're going to move on to other things. They're going to move on to other topics. They don't care about this case. This is just another piece that they're writing. That's all it is. And that's what I truly think based on the way that they've written these things. They haven't written them with depth. They haven't written them with heart. And most importantly, they haven't written them with truth. And I think that's what's going to stand the test of time, is what those real facts are. And unfortunately, I think 5-10 years from now, people are still going to be asking a lot of questions about this case. It's sad.
The other thing I'd like to add that I just thought about now, Greg, is for the listeners out there that haven't read the article in the New Yorker magazine written by Alec Wilkinson that came out, I believe, in March of 2017, is to get a full flavor of these reviews. Read that entire article and then read these 5 reviews. And when you put those things together, these phrases and keywords and things jump right out at you as all being done, I believe, in concert with each other to send a message, to tell a story, like you said, to leave the reader with I've got the answers now. Everything's done. It's all solved. It's a true life story. It's complete, and now I've got my answers. I can move on and move on with my life now because this has evidently been case closed. So, and what we're here to say for Greg and I, if I can speak for you, Greg, is that this case is not closed officially. We don't know the answers. We don't have the truth. The people who have seen the movie, it does sound like there's just a lot of video footage and some interviews that were done, but it doesn't really solve anything regarding this case, is what I think. It doesn't solve, it doesn't answer anything. It's just a documentary filled with some video footage and home movies and interviews with the family. But I don't think it brings closure to anything. But I have not seen it, and neither have you, so I can't put the disclaimer on it officially.
Right, but I can guarantee that after we do get to see it, I'm sure we'll have a lot more to really say on this topic. I'm curious about the family and the friends who have seen this. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Does this answer everything? Does this give you closure? I spoke with one friend of the Crowley family, and I asked him if it gave him closure, and he said that he already had closure. It's like, well, then why are you making this movie then? Why are you being a part of this film? What is the whole purpose?
Correct.
Is that the whole purpose of this movie? So that way, then maybe they can actually get this Gray State movie where somebody will purchase it and where they can make it a $30 million Hollywood film. Is that the real goal here?
Correct.
Or is it truth? Because if it's truth, then I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing that.
Gotcha. All right. Any final words to wrap up, Greg? And I'll just want to remind the viewers of this to please leave your comments below if there's anything that we missed or anything we overlooked. Hopefully, you'll leave some comments down there below. Any last comments, Greg?
No, I think that's it.
All right. Thanks for listening in. Today is July 11th, 2017. For Greg Fernandez Jr., this is Dan Hennon. Welcome, everyone. My name is Dan Hennon. I'm joined with Greg Fernandez Jr. today. We also have a special guest, Ann, joining us. Her name is Ann. The three of us will go over some of the response on the movie A Gray State. This is a documentary directed by Erik Nelson that is finishing its rounds on the film festival circuit. And Greg and I have not seen it. We were both in it, and then Ann did end up. She's from the Minneapolis, Twin Cities, Minneapolis-St. Paul area. She did attend the screening and jotted down some notes, and she'll be joining us today. Greg, how are you doing tonight?
Hey, I'm doing great.
Good. And welcome, Ann. Are you with us?
I am.
Oh, very good, very good. And so I think that we haven't had a discussion on this yet, but just for the listeners out there, David Crowley spent a bunch of time making the movie, I think it's called The Gray State, and then there was a documentary that he and his team made called The Gray State: The Rise, and now this is a documentary after the deaths of the family, directed by Erik Nelson. It's called A Gray State. Now this is just a documentary, 93 minutes, and it'll be premiering here. It'll be coming out, I guess, in the theaters in November. But so far it has been in several film festivals, the Tribeca Film Festival, Melbourne, Nantucket, Greenwich International Film Festival, the St. Louis Film Fest, Milwaukee Film Festival, the Walker Art Center, which was a free screening that included a Q&A afterwards. And that is what Ann attended here last month in September in Minneapolis. And then I think a couple weeks ago was the Downtown Film Festival of LA. This coming weekend is the Hot Springs Documentary Film Festival in Arkansas. And then also in October is the Twin Cities Film Fest. And then this film will be coming out as a theatrical release in November. And well, it'll go from there. So, and I see you took some notes and you attended this. Can you give us a kind of some overview of some of your notes here, and we'll kind of chime in, Greg, if you can think of anything as we go. What was your feel and the ambiance and the demographic when you went in to go to that free screening? And
You had some people who are fans of the Walker Art Center and attend the film. You had people from the community who were just interested. And then you had a mix of students and Gray State fans. The film series that they were presenting that included a Gray State documentary was to show films with the pressing issues of our times and the urgent issues that are presented by documentary filmmakers. So they showed the film screening first, and then afterwards was the Q&A. And I was taking notes throughout the film, so I pretty much accurately captured what happened in the movie as it happened. One of the interesting aspects of the movie was the amount of laughter in the audience when they were reacting to the film. Erik Nelson admitted during Q&A that the audience laughed more during the screening in Minneapolis than any other time when the film was shown. Now, I don't think the audience was laughing at the death of the Crowley family or trying to be insensitive. I think they were, basically I think the film was at some points that Erik was trying to make it seem intense or trying to make David look psycho, and they were just enjoying his sense of humor, or maybe they were laughing at the film itself, but I don't
Excuse me, Ann, and this is Dan. I was sorry to interrupt there, but did you say laughing?
They were laughing throughout the film quite a lot, actually, and I don't think they were laughing at the death of the Crowley family. I think they were laughing at the way Erik put the film together. There was one example I can give you. There was a home movie footage that David captured, and Ronnie was sitting on a chair outside on the deck, and she had a wooden stick in her hand, and Paleo was at the other end of the deck pulling on it. And you can kind of hear David saying off the cuff, you know, somebody may lose an eye over this, and I maybe have the unfortunate thing is I may be the one to clean it up. And it was interesting because the audience laughed. You know, they thought, I guess, David was making some kind of humorous joke. But Erik Nelson's response was to say, I can't believe the audience was laughing. This footage was where I was convinced David was a sadist. He was basically trying to tell us that David would have really let his daughter lose an eye or her play get out of control. But that's not how the audience perceived the event at all. And a Gray State, basically, it starts out with people close to Kamel and David, some of their friends, their family, a commander he worked with in the service, describing what they knew of the family from the time David was probably a late teenager towards the end. And it was a kind of a pieced together narrative showing how David had violent fantasies his whole life and went psychotic basically and murdered his family. It also portrayed, and I didn't say directly, but it insinuated that David had abused his daughter Ronnie, and it insinuated also that when he involved children in the filming of Gray State, that was wrong, and he was subjecting these children to violence. And it was kind of insinuating that this is the kind of person he was. He cared more about himself than other people around him. And it also portrayed David as being controlling and abusive towards Kamel. But interesting enough, there really hasn't been any direct evidence that he was abusive. There are, events that family and friends maybe couldn't explain or didn't understand. But the way the film was put together, it didn't give you any answers either. The other thing that was interesting about A Gray State was that it did not mention at all the rise, and it did not mention any of the forensic evidence or police investigative reporting. It just relied on emotion to carry the story, and I didn't find it credible at all. I felt there was a lot of places where the film either contradicted itself or didn't tell the whole story. The biggest area I felt was questionable was Erik Nelson wants you to believe David is psychotic. His psychosis and violent fantasies are what led David to create Gray State. It doesn't mention that Gray State was very thoroughly researched, and David's research included current events. David Crowley made a video on YouTube explaining and going into detail the depths of the research he made, and the video was like 45 minutes long. He was very educated. This wasn't just a film made out of his mind. It also did not explain that David's views in Gray State and in the Rise were things that his friends had talked about a lot with him. I mean, there are other people questioning and having these very same kinds of interests as him. So it's not like he just invented this. And many of these ideas in the movie were actually fed to him and encouraged by his friends. I mean, the other part of the movie I didn't find credible at all was when it showed a clip of Dan and Greg, and it was a very, very short clip, and it was pieced together, and it said that you guys are citizen reporters, and it showed a small clip of Greg saying, "I don't give a crap about credibility," and the audience laughed at that a lot. You guys are portrayed as being conspiracy theorists, of not being open-minded or accepting to other theories, and basically, the insinuation is that you guys are both nutcases. I didn't find that credible because it didn't explain or elaborate on your views and why you have your views. It just had 2-minute segment, then it skipped to the next thing. And actually, in the description of a Gray State that's promoting it in the Walker, that I'm looking for now, that line from Greg was in here. I'm find it here. And it's just like, I don't believe, if he has a theory and he wants to present his evidence, that's one thing. But his movie shouldn't be based on casting other people in a false light and not including all the information. I feel like he was duping the audience. Why not give the audience all the information and let them decide for themselves?
When we're talking about the line, the whole, I don't give a crap about my credibility, was it prefaced by anything, or was it followed up by anything?
No, it was just in there, and it showed a video of Dan and then you filming in what looked like your home.
Did she drop off?
Yeah, I think so.
I was going to ask her a question. Maybe she'll. I was going to ask her a question. It sounds to me like the way she's explaining it is almost like this documentary is a biography about David Crowley, and that's not neither right or wrong. But the impression I got was that Erik Nelson was going to put this documentary together as a kind of an investigative piece to kind of close the loose ends on this investigation from a police and a detective point of view, and bring us into it as well. I know that the group spent.
She's actually back on, so if you want to ask
I am back.
Okay, I was just going to ask Ann, before you cut off, is the impression I got when they were making or putting together this documentary is that Erik Nelson wanted to get a investigative look kind of at the case, the investigation of the killings for the documentary, but instead it sounds more like a biography done on David Crowley, kind of his life and his background and kind of all these things that led him down this rabbit hole. And it doesn't really sound like the movie focuses much on the investigation, but just kind of his dwindling final days from a psychotic person or something like that. Is that what you're?
Yeah.
It's kind of a biography on David versus going into the reasons that the killings took place from an investigative or a forensic standpoint. So that's kind of odd, I guess, for myself, I guess, to understand.
Well, it was interesting too. It was, if you could call it, I don't know if you could actually call it it was biography on David. It was biography through the perspective of he's a deeply disturbed, abnormal individual. You know, I felt like the family and the friends who were talking were very honest and sincere, but I also felt they were being exploited because I don't feel that their words and their memories were actually being presented. I felt like everything was being presented to push this psychotic narrative of David.
Yeah, the other thing is, I know when the film crew was here, they spent, it was probably well over 2 hours, probably 3 hours at my home, and I think they were interviewing Greg as well for many hours. So we had lots of questions and lots of on-air time, giving our thoughts and ideas and stuff. So not much of that aired, just a little small snippet of it aired on the actual documentary.
Just one line from both of you, and it was made to make you guys both look like you were conspiracy theorists and that you were insane.
What a waste. They spent a lot of money on that.
Wow, that was a lot of time. It was an entire afternoon that, they spent looking for insight and ideas and things like that. And, and I spent a lot of time with talking on the investigative, on the forensic sides of things that did not add up. Certain, basic things on elementary items that a base level detective should have found and should have noted that were discrepancies. And I thought they were going to kind of take the ball and run with it on that. And then, Greg, you can probably add more to this, but I remember distinctly when that comment came up about your credibility. That was in response to someone from the Gray State Project who, in fact, told you to stop talking about the case because it may wreck your credibility. And I think that's when you responded by saying, "I'm not worried about my credibility. I'm more worried about getting the truth out." And but it looks like that Erik Nelson perhaps cherry-picked some of our a couple snippets of our lowest moments and kind of spin us in a bad light to discredit us as well.
Well, they did ask me a lot about Sean Wright. I mean, a lot. There was a heavy focus on him. They were looking for different quotes. I felt like they were fishing for certain quotes. And okay, so there is that quote, because I can tell you that quote was taken out of context, because if it doesn't preface the conversation I had with Sean Wright, that's where that quote came from. But then if they're doing that same thing to the family, they're probably misquoting everybody in this movie. So it's kind of hard to look at this movie as a credible movie. So.
Wow.
I actually have my brochure from the Walker where it references that line, and I can read you exactly what it says.
Yes,
it says here, although self-identified, quote, citizen investigators attempted to prove that the family was murdered, quote, credibility means nothing to me. One of them ironically comments, the film makes its case methodically and persuasively.
Do they touch on the documentary on the widespread use of social media and how much attention this has gained on social media, how big this case is? Or do they just portray it as Greg and I are the two strange oddballs?
I didn't mention anything about social media, and in fact, I felt like the film was trying to make people on social media turn against David. It had at one point a clip in there stating that David was deleting comments from Facebook. I don't know, and then it had a line basically stating from one of his friends that the people leaving comments were beasts or something like that. But if you weren't listening carefully, it could be portrayed as an attacking remark, like he didn't care about his fans. And then there's also points in the film that made it sound like David just wanted to walk away from the film and be done with it, and it was too much pressure, but that doesn't match like that final letter that he wrote in December and how he's excited to move with the project, and doesn't match how he was excited to release The Rise. I mean, there were so many contradictions and unanswered questions in this film.
Did it touch, Ann, did it touch on the Alam family down in Texas, how they switched and pulled away their cell phone numbers and required David to get his own cell number and things like that? And how the media kind of spun that as to David and Kamel were pulling themselves away and secluding themselves, when that was certainly not the case. And does it get into the legal aspect or the attorney that was involved from David, where he was attempting to pull out Danny August Mason from the project altogether, and then he never heard back from him? That was heavily weighing on David's mind in those last days. And a good friend of his, I think at one time he may have even referred to him as his best friend, who had turned on him, and he needed legal help to break the ties. That's pretty serious stuff in the final months of your life, and around the same time when the police should be looking for a motive, motive, and opportunity, when I don't think that was ever even explored. Anything like that, or the mother dying months after the case, anything to that effect?
Well, Erik Nelson basically said he interviewed Cedra Alam and Mr. Alam, but that they didn't want to be part of the film, and then he also said he failed to get a signed release from them, so he couldn't use any footage he showed of them, which I, again, have a problem with.
He didn't get a signed release?
Yeah, apparently he did not get a signed release.
Well, in my case, and Greg, you could back this up if you want, before they even made efforts to come out here with the film crew, I had to have that signed release already done before they even set up the interview. So that's the very first thing that they do before they even start scheduling interviews. So I don't know if I would believe that from Erik Nelson, because they would have already had all that done for the interviews. I'm guessing that later on down the road, the Alam family says, "No thanks, I no longer want to be part of this," and then retracted it later. Because there's no way they would have gone and done interviews without having that paperwork in hand. So I'll bet they retracted it after the fact. Is that how Erik Nelson portrayed it in the Q&A?
He kind of brushed over the retracted. He made it sound like, "Oops, I just forgot to send a release. My bad."
That he just forgot to get the signed release. Well, we know that's not the case, because there's no way. Greg, was that an important part for your interview as well?
I mean, they definitely wanted it, but there really wasn't a whole lot to what I signed. So, so for them to say that, we didn't get it or whatever, the fact that the Lom family did not want to be part of this movie should also raise a lot of questions. That also adds to the lack of credibility of this film, because here you have a key people that all seem to say that David Crowley is guilty. Why would they back out of this movie? That's a huge, huge deal. Huge.
So Ann, just to confirm, they were at one point in it, and then they never made the final cut of the movie, is what you're saying. They were interviewed, right?
They were interviewed, and he also said that he had access to some of David's computers and electronic information, but he did not have access to anything from Kamel, and that her computer, he said he couldn't access the computer because of a password issue, so he only had from David's side, and then what his friends were saying.
Well, that may be correct, because from what we heard from Officer Gummert, from the lead detective, is that they also couldn't access her Microsoft Surface Pro, I think is what it was. They couldn't get in it sounds to me like the Dakota County Electronic Crimes Unit couldn't get the password to get into that machine. Is that correct, Greg?
Yes, that is definitely correct. As far as what they've said, sure.
That would make sense that Erik Nelson couldn't get into it. It's fishy that the Electronic Crimes Unit couldn't gain access to her stuff. But
yeah, I don't believe
so Sidra and Anjum Alam were interviewed, but then later requested to be out of the film and didn't make the final cut. There's a showing in a couple of weeks here in Minneapolis when it comes to the Twin Cities Fest. One of the days shows a a version called the Director's Cut that'll also be aired. Have you heard anything, either of you two, with what's going to be in the Director's Cut? Is that going to be maybe the alarm footage that was left on the editing room floor, maybe in that version?
He didn't really elaborate what would be in the director's cut. If somebody had a question, he would say you just have to see the director's cut. I felt like he was plugging the director's cut, and it would just be a way to make additional money.
Yeah, I think we were told by not Eric Nelson, but the other guy, Robert Erickson, I think is his name. I was told that they had too much film, so they were cutting this down to a shorter version. So I'm not really shocked that they're bringing it out. I mean, look at all the footage that they have from us that they didn't use. They probably have a ton of footage from so many people that they didn't use. It sounds like the footage is heavily focused on the friends and the family, those closest ones to him. Is that correct, Anne? Or
yes,
wrong on that?
No, it's the people closest to him, and I think they're really brave for speaking out. I'm not going to say anything bad about the friends or the family, but like I said, I felt like they were being exploited to a sense, and I felt like it was hard to discern if this was really their real words and their perspective, or if it was being edited, or if information was being fed to him. I mean, there was a really memorable scene where one of Kamal's friends was talking about her memories of Kamal, and she's kind of trying to figure out, some of the more difficult memories, like why Kamal pulled out of the business. She shared that they had some difficult email conversations. You could tell she hadn't made up her mind one way or the other. She was just kind of trying to make sense of things. And then Eric Nelson came in and told her off camera about the time when Cedra came up from Texas to see the family, and she was turned away. And as soon as the friend had heard that piece of information, she started breaking down. She was very teary. You could just see her saying, "Oh my God, why didn't she let her in the house?" And you got the sense that at that moment, I mean, from what was portrayed in the film, I don't know what she really, thinks and feels, but at that moment, it was like she was starting to buy the psychotic narrative now, And then there was the underlying pressure of the friends and family should believe this, and we, the audience, should believe this too. And, suspend all thinking, don't look deeper, just believe it.
Another thing, Anne, that has come up on the Justice pages on Facebook is that when this documentary was being, I think, finalized before it became shown publicly, is a lot of folks, including the neighbor Judy Prochnow and some of the members of the Gray State team, I think, remembered using the phrases, "It'll all make sense when you see the movie. That'll answer all your questions. Anything that you question about why David did this will be in the movie, and that should close all the future questions." Is that a sense when you watched that movie that it kind of brought closure to what happened and why David did this, or not?
I didn't have. I walked away feeling like we don't have the answers. It didn't answer anything to me at all.
I wonder why would they say that, though? It sounded to me like it was a very slam dunk. Like, once you see this, it'll put all of your goofy theories to rest. Once you see this, because it'll answer everything. It'll tie everything off in a nice little bow, and everything will be solved once you watch this movie. So that's not the impression you received. Instead, there was, I still don't get all the laughter in the audience.
David in the movie seemed to have kind of a quirky sense of humor, and he seemed to be original. I don't know why people are laughing. That's the only thing I can think of. I think that Eric Nelson was hoping that the bits from the electronic diary would somehow sway people to believe David was psychotic. But David was, I would like to say the movie portrayed David as almost having autism. He was portrayed as being such an unusual thinker and being so different from others that when I heard the electronic diary, it didn't sway me to believe that David did anything. I was questioning if this is just his way of speaking and his personality. You know, maybe he went overboard making David seem so unusual, and
Interesting. What about this electronic journal? Can you tell us anything more about how it was found, or how it was discovered, or where it was located, and why it wasn't in the police reports and things like that? Did it mention anything like that as far as we've been hearing a lot about this electronic diary, electronic journal? It was referred to as an online diary at one point, and then an online journal. And what kind of format was it, and what kind of things did David put in this journal?
That was like one of the big missing pieces in the movie that made me question the movie. Actually, is there was no information whatsoever about where it was found, how they accessed it. It was just kind of something that was read once in a while, I believe, by David's father. And that, to be honest, parts of the online journal reminded me of some comments that David made on his Instagram account and maybe some of his Facebook comments. It was just very hard to make sense of the journal because you weren't given any context, and not knowing where it came from, you didn't know how to judge if it was credible, had it been altered, who had access to it, you had no information about, was it, how did they forensically evaluate this? Was it date stamped? I mean, there's just nothing. It just appears in the film and it's being read. And then the other reason why the online journal to me didn't seem credible is because Erik Nelson didn't seem to understand what Gray State was, or why Gray State is important to the fans and the people. It seemed like he was completely misjudging Gray State. So because he had that impression, I didn't trust his interpretation of the online journal. Nelson portrayed Gray State basically as senseless violence in a movie with a lot of killing. When you sit down and you watch the documentary, the first scenes you see are images from Gray State of Danny Mason hacking people up. And you're watching this, and it's really shocking, and you're not given any context. So you see this, and you're just like, oh, man, this is a terrible movie. No wonder this guy did this. But you don't hear that David Crowley meant Gray State as a love story and as a human interest movie. You don't hear that the trailer was made to grab attention, and the film was much deeper. And then at other points, Erik's showing only the worst things in Gray State. He's showing scenes where David has the actor sit down, and he's showing David pointing the gun in the back of people's heads and blowing them off for the scene in the movie. At another point, he made it look like David traumatized the child actors in Gray State by making them play the scene where the kids are ripped out of bed in the middle of the night and they have to scream, help me, help me. And David's telling the children, if you say help me, where's my mommy? I'm not going to stop filming, but if you want me to stop filming, say banana. And, it sounds innocent when I'm telling you about it, but when it's portrayed in this very intense, dark movie, it really made him look like he was subjecting children to trauma. And he didn't seem to understand the message of Gray State or why everyday people were attracted to it. I mean, most people aren't attracted to Gray State to watch senseless violence. They're watching it because there's a human interest story, and it's hitting them at a personal level, and their eyes are opening to the world around them. And he completely misjudged that. So it was hard for me to believe that he could even understand David at all, or that this electronic journal, he could even read that.
And I have a question. This is Dan. Do you think, from watching it, do you think that Erik Nelson himself ever sat down and watched Gray State: The Rise? It's a 2.5-hour documentary that kind of puts everything in line and sheds light on everything that David and his project and his team was doing. That's the groundwork, I think, for everything. He certainly would have watched that documentary, I would have hoped. Do you get the sense that he even took the time to even watch that?
The Rise never came up at all. So you got a situation where he either didn't watch it, which is horrible, or he watched it and he completely discarded it, which is equally as appalling. And then you have to kind of wonder, what's the story going to come out in the director's cut, The rise was not mentioned at all. I mean, wasn't included.
Did they do any interviews from
That's
the?
odd.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead,
I was
Greg.
just saying, that's odd that it wasn't actually mentioned, especially, I don't know. I find that very, very odd. You know, why wasn't it mentioned? And you know, are people going forward with it? And it's this documentary is definitely going to be tied to that. Are the same people that came out with the rise, with the, you know, with that movie, whoever made that after David died, are they still part of whatever is going to happen next with the whole Gray State project? But we'll get into that later. But that's very odd to me too, because it almost seems like there's two groups here forming.
And then you have to wonder too if David is so psychotic and he's planning to release The Rise at the beginning of the year. I mean, The Rise is a very educated film, and it required a lot of thought and higher level functioning to put that film together. You know, it's almost a college level film, very educated. If he's that psychotic, why aren't we seeing the evidence of the psychosis in The Rise? I mean, you don't flip psychosis on and off like a switch. If he's that bad off, that film should have been a hot mess.
And David came off to me as more of a perfectionist in his art, in his work, in his creativity. He was more of a perfectionist. It came off as that he was a very driven individual. Interesting. Now, did they have was there any interviews? I forgot to ask, and their daughter, Rani, went to a preschool called Cypress Montessori in nearby Burnsville, Minnesota. I'm guessing that they would have done some interviews there with little Rani's teacher or maybe the director at the school. Did any of those footage make the film?
No, the only comments from Ronnie were maybe a couple of Kamel's friends, and then Dan Jr. said a couple lines about her, but nothing from the school at all. And some of the.
What was Dan Jr.'s comment? How did he relate to? What kind of comments did he make about little Rani?
There was two main things he said. He admitted that he would babysit for Ronnie, and then at one point that fell through. And he said David didn't get back to him, but he just wasn't concerned about that. And he didn't think something was wrong, which I thought was kind of weird because as a daycare provider, you know, if somebody doesn't get back to you, you immediately suspect something could possibly be wrong with a child. That's not something you usually let fall through like that. The other thing he said about Ronnie is that she had some goofy traits, and he said something to the effect of she was everything you could ever. Here it is. He said she had some goofy traits, and that she would be my dream girl. And then there was a noticeable pause, and then he said, "You know, as a dad," which totally creeped me out. I mean, it just did.
Now, you follow the justice pages, correct, to some extent?
Yes.
Do you remember about a year ago when one of the cousins came out forward and mentioned, kind of blew the whistle on something that Dan Jr. did in the youth camp, sexually with an underage boy, and that caused the family to basically up and leave? And you know, they got problems with him going way back to youth camp at a youth camp, you know, something with youth kids and stuff. So. Was it awkward at all with him babysitting the daughter at all? But I do find it strange that, like you said, that comment does seem to be quite awkward.
It wasn't just a comment, it was the noticeable pause. So I wrote down what he said. It says here, Ronnie was what every parent would want in a daughter. She had some goofy features. There was so much to love about her. She would be my dream girl. And it was like a noticeable pause a couple minutes and then said, you know, as a dad. I mean, it was the pause was what made it creepy. If he had just said it and you moved to the next subject, you know, the pause is what really drew your attention to it.
Wow, that's very strange. How about the sister? Now, Allison, was she in it at all? Allison, the David's sister, was she mentioned?
She was not mentioned in this one at all. They had some quotes from his dad, like I said, reading the electronic journal. The dad was very emotional, understandably, and didn't say too much personally. They had some quotes from Mitch Hyo, Adam Shambor, Sean Wright, Dan Mason, I believe a commander that served with David in the service, and some friends of, like one friend I believe that was Kamel's friend. And then they prominently featured footage of Paleo for some reason. But like I said, the whole narrative was David was abusive and psychotic, so it was hard to determine if the friends really felt this way or what point did they believe this. I mean, there really wasn't a lot of context there. And then they had a small clip also of Judy and Colin talking about when the bodies were found, but they weren't featured very much in the movie at all other than that. In fact, the movie generally seemed to brush over when the bodies were found, the deaths, what happened, the type of injuries. None of that was really explained. It was kind of creepy, too, that Erik Nelson was basically saying David orchestrated this murder. He planned well in advance to do this, and he was picked out every detail down to the music that would be played when he would kill his family, and this was all part of his, I don't know, Gray State plot. And the creepiest thing Erik Nelson said was, strangely, David filmed so much of his life, but he didn't film the deaths of his family. I mean, it creeped me out, and it just really offended me. I just thought it was really insensitive and inappropriate.
Did others, do you think, got the same feeling? Were others in attendance watching this film offended or taking offense at some of this, or were they taking it in, just letting it soak in and watch it, or was it more of a film that if you didn't know the story, you left the theater believing that David was the bad guy?
People were invited to stay after the theater and talk amongst themselves. Nobody did. People left in large groups before the Q&A started, or they left immediately after the film. Some of the comments I heard that was, I didn't like the film, it was sad. And I think other people are just kind of trying to take in what they saw.
And was there anybody who left before the film was over?
No, not too much. It's a small, close-spirit theater, so you would have pretty much known if somebody left. And I think, too, the difference is, like, this film is shown at the Walker Art Center, so you have people who are used to intellectual and cultural and artsy films, so they're searching for meaning in the film and trying to see the artist's vision than an average movie-going crowd.
That's funny. So how many people can this place fit?
I'm guessing it maybe was 150 or so people.
There are 150 people there, or 150
yeah, about 150 people there.
Okay. Was it full?
It was about full, yeah.
Okay.
A lot of young people there. I would say a lot of students predominantly.
Interesting.
And it was interesting, too, because during the Q&A, Erik introduced people that were there as part of the Gray State team. He actually asked if Dan was there, and he kind of gave pause and was looking around. But after the film was over, people from the audience didn't seek out the Gray State team or ask questions or try to talk with them or anything. People were just pretty much up and leaving.
I'm sorry, Ann, I missed that last part. Did He asked for me.
Yeah, he asked for you. He mentioned you by name, and he kind of paused and looked around the audience to see if Dan was sitting in the audience.
It's odd. But he knows I'm not part of the Gray State team, correct?
Yeah, I think that's pretty obvious because he basically said that you're narrow-minded and you're never going to look into a psychosis theory or ever accept it, and he basically portrayed you as a conspiracy theory nutcase. It was kind of like me against you kind of mentality.
What a douchebag.
It was openly hostile, I would say that.
That guy's a douchebag because he doesn't even put any of the stuff that Dan said in there. And then he's going to say something like that? Well, then back it up, buddy. That guy's a douche. Sorry.
How about the others now? Did they, was it, for people that were there, like you said, Judy and Colin were there, was there a special spot for the Gray State people to sit, or the neighbors or something to sit, or did you just know who they were, or did they wear name tags? How did you know who was who of the people there featured, I guess? Like the family, did the family sit in a certain spot?
Didn't see any family members. Judy and Colin were sitting in the audience by themselves. In the front row, there were no name tags for some of the team members. There was Red Hat. There was Sean Wright, Mitch Heil, and Mason Hendricks was the ones I noticed. And they just pretty much sat in the front row.
And they were all sitting together?
Yeah, they were sitting together. I just had this feeling that Mitch Heil was kind of sitting, he seemed kind of aloof, apart from the rest of them, but he kind of seemed to sit with them because they were all commenting during Q&A, so that would be convenient to sit next to them. But during the film screening, it just seemed like he was apart from them. And I was actually impressed by Mitch Heil because it seemed like he was still questioning and he still had some thoughts. It didn't seem like he was necessarily buying or not buying it. It seemed like he was still trying to figure out. And some of his comments, I thought Mitch Heil's comments really added a lot to the Q&A, and that his insight was really important because you weren't hearing it from any other source. So I thought it was great that he spoke up when he did. He spoke up that he felt David did not have PTSD. He described his work with David in the Bullet Exchange and basically said he showed, in all of his years in knowing him, he showed no signs of PTSD. And then when Erik tried to say again that David's psychotic, you can see it in his script. It was disorganized. It's not how you traditionally write a script. Mitch spoke up and said that's just how David writes. It's normal for him, and it was my job to interpret it. So I thought that was good. He was giving some context.
Did they try to push the PTSD angle again in this film, or was it more psychosis, or was it more like mental illness, or was it demon possession? What type of angle did you take away from it the most that they were trying to blame for all this happening?
They were trying to throw everything in the kitchen sink that you could think of and just trying to make him look like he was all unstable. I mean, every theory basically was being thrown out. And then it was important to note, too, that Erik Nelson had a friend that was a psychiatrist, and that's who he consulted on the film, was somebody he knew personally to push the psychosis narrative. So you're not getting a neutral, unbiased professional. You're basically getting a hired gun.
So he thinks that legitimately David could have suffered from all of these things? He can't be serious.
Okay, well, they didn't. Erik Nelson, when people had questions that he couldn't answer, he would just say stuff like, "Oh, there's just answers we're never going to know," or he would say like, "You'll just have to see the rest in my director's edition." So he didn't answer. He was very evasive.
The director's edition. This should show everything. The other cut should just add more to it, right? You shouldn't have to see that to actually try to understand anything. I don't know. Sounds weird to me.
For the military.
The whole thing was very bizarre, it sounds to me.
But it's very I'm looking at it with a critical eye. It's a very emotional and compelling film. I mean, I could see it would be easy for somebody to get swept away by the emotion and just not think deeper or not question. I would say, too, for the military PTSD angle, they basically had, I don't know if David's commander really believes this or not. It was hard to tell what he believes, but it basically said that he fell in love with Kamel. He was unhappy about being deployed, and that the stop loss changed him and made him bitter towards the military. And that was the narrative that was used to push that he has PTSD or he suffered some kind of breakdown at that point in his life. And that was, to me, very offensive, too, because you have a civilian portraying this. This is not somebody who's had military service or who had personally had this experience. I don't think it's fair to judge if you haven't been through that and you haven't been through that experience and the pressures and the horrors that he went through in war and going through stop loss. I felt like looking at that from an outside perspective just wasn't enough.
Wow. Well, interesting stuff. I'm glad you took some good notes on it because it's very interesting. Bizarre. I think the word would be bizarre because it's very different than I guess what I had imagined or it would be like. But wow, interesting. Well, maybe the demographic then is for the sheeple to see this, because if you're not going to watch it with an open mind, you're just going to go there and take it in as a movie. It might do well in the theaters. Who knows? Maybe the demographic, the focus here is for the American sheeple to see this.
Well, were there people like that there, or was it? I mean, what was the whole demographic like there? You said it was very young people. I would hope that the younger people would actually be willing to ask more questions about stuff like this.
Well, I think, too, if you're in a movie theater and you're being pressured that if you think outside the box, you're mentally ill. If you think outside the box, you're a conspiracy theorist. You're a violent individual. You don't fit in. There were so many of those kind of pressures, or just having the pressure and the peer pressure. And being filled with these images, like, if you think outside the box, you could wind up like David Crowley. It actually encourages people not to think deeper, not to question.
Did you sense I'm not sure if you're familiar with the phrase, the Hegelian dialectic, but was it more or less pushing that everything has got two answers, it's either one or something else, there's no third option, Republican, Democrat, conservative, liberal, is it more like that you left the theater with this director of the movie essentially doing the mind control on the viewer? You're left there buying into this whole story. Because I've read some interviews where it says that he's throwing it all out there, Erik Nelson has said, and he really wants the audience to leave the movie and then come to their own conclusions. But it sounds like the conclusions are being really drawn, set up, served up on a silver platter by the director to what answer you should leave thinking. It's a mind control movie almost.
I felt like it was a mind control movie. I mean, there really wasn't any other conclusion to the movie than he's psychotic. And then the other conclusion was, if you think differently, then you must be part of those conspiracy theorists over there. And
wow.
It was even very negative towards the premises of Gray State. Gray State was portrayed as a very dark and violent film created by a guy with a disturbed mind. I mean, I just felt like it was even negative towards Gray State fans.
Was there, speaking of the audience, I know that the other filmings at film festivals, you'll have to buy tickets and select the film you're going to go to and go and watch it. Whereas this was just a free screening, so this may have brought in just people walking down the street. It may have brought in just members at the Walker Arts Center that would just had an opportunity to see a free film. It wasn't necessarily people coming in holding banners and saying, "Here, we're here from the Gray State because we support Gray State and we're big fans. We're here to see this movie." It kind of just brought in whoever was available at the time, walking by perhaps, to come and see this movie, and probably didn't know what it all of it even entailed.
Yeah, it had a wide mix in that way too. But the other thing that was shown in negative light in the movie, they had footage of Alex Jones that was shown in negative light. Paul Fest shown in a negative light. They had looked like scenes where people were protesting in the streets, and it just seemed like anybody who questioned outside of the norm was viewed as a problem, was viewed as, mentally ill. And I had a big problem with that, because if you don't understand the message of Gray State and why it's important, then you can't even remotely understand what David Crowley was about. It's like you're interpreting him from your own perspective and not taking the time to understand his perspective or what the people around him supported.
Wow. Very interesting. It sounds to me like a propaganda piece that they're trying to push the narrative and to the masses that all these people who are nut jobs. It sounds to me like it's a propaganda push. Wow.
And there was just so much information not included that was so important. Like you touched on, it didn't give any context to Danny August Mason signing away his actor's rights. And like you said, never getting back to the attorney, but less than 4 months after the death of David and family, now Danny is seeking copyright to Gray State. I mean, there was just so much missing from there, and you couldn't judge how credible this film is because so much was not included.
Was the attorney Adam Gislason interviewed for this documentary? That was David's attorney.
I think he was mentioned during Q&A. I don't recall seeing him on set at all. He was mentioned during Q&A when they touched on that he was negotiating David's Hollywood deal with the film. There was here it is. Okay. Here's what my note said. There was a terms of the deal with the Hollywood producers for the Gray State script, and Adam Gislason was facilitating it. He was described. Eric Nelson described him as an unsung hero, and he said that there was real money on the table, $25K on a $250 option, and they were going to take the film to other guys to push for more money to complete the film. That was all that was said about him.
So they mentioned the part about wheeling and dealing about the rights of the movie, but not in the last month of his life. David's correspondence back and forth to Adam Gislason about not hearing back from Danny August Mason to give up his rights. Was that mentioned? That was a very big part of the last weeks of David's life, was working with that attorney to get this form signed by Danny August Mason. That wasn't touched on or elaborated on?
It wasn't elaborated at all. There was a little part about Danny saying that he was asked to sign away his rights, and that wasn't something he was going to do. But that was followed up by a scene of David's dad reading the electronic diary, and it said something to the effect of, "I must destroy Danny Mason now." And his dad paused and kind of laughed a little bit, and he goes, "I think that's just David being David." But if you put the two together, ask to sign away your rights, destroy Danny now, I mean, it's very misleading.
There's another comment that was made in the I think it was in the documentary, that the father touches on, and I think he says, "I must destroy my best friend." And they said that was him making a pact to kill his wife because Comel was his best friend, and that was how out of touch he was because David made that quote, "I need to destroy my best friend." But that wasn't Comel. People thought it was talking about Comel, but that was Danny August Mason. I mean, he needed to destroy him. He was after him, and Danny August Mason was not going to budge. That's why he had to get legal involved. Does the father just kind of laugh that off as just a snide remark?
I don't think from what I could tell, I don't think the father really understood that context. I think he just thought that was kind of David's way of talking. The other thing that really wasn't mentioned in the film that was a huge question to me, they had the father on, but they never brought up or discussed why the father left that money at the door. They never discussed how he was supporting the family, what his relationship with David was, what his relationship with the film is. They never talked about what happened with Gray State after the family's death. I mean, there's just so many gaps.
Yeah, you're right. For the listeners out there, there was a $14,000 check written by Dan Crowley Sr. Around Christmas time to David Crowley, and we don't know why that was, just to help fund, help with money payments or not. That was, I think, at that point, the highest allowable tax deduction, I think, as a gift to a family member, was the maximum, annually is $14,000. So I think at the end of the tax year, end of the calendar year, is why he cut that check to him to get another tax break, potentially, in the form of a gift. But David never cashed it. That was sitting there on the stoops in January, along with the mail. Interesting.
I found where I had that electronic journal. It was from 9/8/2014, and I believe Dan Sr. was reading in it. And it says here, I must destroy Danny Mason or convert to the cause, and or destroy him. And his dad said, it sounds worse than it really is. I think David is just being creative, I think.
Wow, well, that certainly is not the case. Those guys were at odds in October, and in November, and then December 7th was the last correspondence when David asks Danny August Mason via an email, I still haven't heard your answer yet. What is it going to be? When are you going to get back in touch? And that's when I think Danny August Mason says, I need to run it by my attorney. I need to run it by my attorney first. But it sounds like in the film, Danny August Mason didn't really have to run it by anybody. His answer was no to begin with. There's no way I'm going to give up my rights.
Well, right, and they never talked about Danny's background or his history or what drew him to the film. I mean, Danny was very ambitious and had his own ideals for making a film before he even met David. I mean, he probably took this very personally, like this was his film. None of that was elaborated on.
Here's another question, and I don't want to, the various articles and reviews I've been reading so far of the documentary, it shows one man's, collapse and fall into, and then a bunch of people thinking that the government killed him. And Greg, he can speak for himself, but I think we're kind of on the same page that I don't think we've ever came forward to say that the government killed anybody. We just think, and I believe that there's no way that David Crowley did it. There's no evidence that shows that he did it. I don't know who did. I don't know what group of people or what faction or what three-letter alphabet agency or. But I certainly you'd be certainly bringing in Danny August Mason as a suspect along with some of these other characters in the film, in the project, as suspects to be looked at, interviewed, and then thus later on eliminated as suspects, but authorities never did that. And one of those key people that we're talking motive here is Danny August Mason. So for the father to laugh that off, to say that I think he was just joking, it wasn't much more than I think it was. I can't believe he'd be that naive to say that, but I've never met the man, so I don't know.
Well, and that's a good point too, Dan, because everybody goes through bumps in their marriage or difficult times. David wasn't a perfect person. He might have had his difficulties, but even so, the preponderance of the evidence shows that the official story is not holding weight, that there is more that happened here, and those questions have not been answered. So think what you want to about David. Those are opinions. We're talking about factual forensic evidence. We're talking about tangible things that have been recorded, and none of that was addressed in this film, and so far none of it has been directly addressed by the team.
Wow. So it sounds like it's mainly there's not a lot of it's a lot of I don't want to say opinions in the movie. I mean, it's actually facts, but it sounds like it's cherry-picked video footage and clips and scenes that are cherry-picked, all shedding David Crowley in a negative light.
And David Crowley is abusive and psychotic, and using emotional imagery to do so, using violence to shock the viewer, and then using the interviews from friends and families to pressure people, but you don't know if that's really what the friends and family really believe, because this film just seems to be one giant manipulation, and it's gotten so many things wrong. How are you supposed to believe this?
Did the Q&A, did that kind of show that everybody, all of those people, all the Gray State team people, that they were all kind of on the same page, that they all liked this movie?
That to me was very difficult to watch, is the Q&A. Because this family was horrifically killed. Nick Mason standing there taking pictures of the audience, acting like he's the big man, and where's the emotion? Where's the tears? How can you do this? I really struggled with that. I mean, they didn't break down. They didn't. The only one that really showed emotion, I would say, was Mitch, but it was just so cavalier. Like, this was their film premiere. This was their race date, and I just really struggled with the lack of emotion and the lack of connection to David.
Did you say Mason Hendricks was taking pictures?
He was taking pictures of the audience. He was acting like, well, he's listed on the credits as a co-producer, but he was there taking pictures and acting like this was his film premiere. I mean, it was his big moment, and I really struggled with that. I mean, this is a horrific tragedy. These are supposed to be your close friends. There have been people who have been killed that are close to you that you can't even talk about what had happened, and this hasn't been that long. How do you move on so quickly and profit from their deaths and make this movie, and then basically defame the people that have supported you? This movie is defamation of the Gray State fans, it's defamation of the Liberty Movement, it's defamation of any free-thinking American citizen. I just had a huge problem with that.
Almost like they were proud and movie star-ish, kind of a...
It looks like this was their Gray State. That's the impression I got.
Oh my God. And that is very creepy. This is not an action-packed feature film that you're proud of, and this is not the red carpet that you're going to be waving at fans and smiling and taking pictures. This is a documentary about a massacre. Did you understand that?
It looked like business as usual. I can't even compare the loss that I've experienced, for example, having a grandma pass away. When I talk about my grandma, my voice still gets wavery, my eyes tear up. You're talking about intimate, personal memories that people are confiding in you about, somebody they love and care about. A whole family was murdered, and no sign of emotion. It's business as usual. We're going to promote this. I couldn't understand that on a human level. I did understand the lack of emotion.
Wow. All right. Anything else? Anything else? Any other questions, Greg?
No, I think we covered a lot. Is there anything else that people should know before they go and see this movie? Or?
I would just say, if you see this movie, go in with an open mind and be willing to think and question for yourself and look deeper for the answers. Just because this is on a film and it's put together in a very glitzy way doesn't make any of it true or accurate. So don't be afraid to look deeper and seek out the story and look for the answers yourself.
Very well put. All right, well, Ann, thank you for your input. I've got nothing else really to share, I guess, other than kind of a sick pit in my stomach, but oh well. All right, anything else, Greg?
Nope, I think that's it.
All right. All right, so for the viewers out there, please listen to this. Comment on the bottom when we post this on the web. Feel free to comment below with questions and anything that we may have missed.
All right, we are now live, and to be live. I'm a little bit under the weather today, but we're just gonna power through this here. Hope everybody can hear this okay. I got the chat on, just drinking some tea here, getting ready to start. So I'm going to wait maybe another minute or so to give people a chance to come on in here and check this out live. Excuse me, looks like the stream, everything is ready to go. Wish I could say I was looking forward to watching this, but I guess we'll have no choice, so. Alright, now I'm going to adjust my screen here, and we'll see how it goes. Just bear with me here while I just adjust the screen, take a look, make sure everything is working okay. Looks alright. Oh man, I'm so sick today, but this is important, so I've got to do it. I'm just trying to adjust, trying to get the best view I can here. Maybe even a little too much headroom. It's good that I can see all that, so that's good. It does look like, there we go, let's adjust that a little bit. Much better. Okay, I'm going to turn this volume up. Got a little background noise, but we're going to just power through it. We're going to work through this. So let's go ahead. I'm going to wait a few seconds just so we can see. Okay. Sorry about the background noise there. Just going to go ahead. Okay. Looks like we're all good. If there is anybody who is in the chat right now or who can let me know that they can hear me okay, I'd really appreciate that, just so we can make sure you can hear me. Now you won't be able to see the video, and I probably won't be able to hear it that well. The point of this for me was just to, to give you my full view on this directly while watching this, so that we can see that. Sorry guys, 1 second here. Okay. apologize for the background noise there. There's not much I can do about that. So hopefully it won't be too distracting. I'm just going to let a few people know who are asking if I'm still going live. A few minutes late here. Just starting now. So I will give it a few more minutes. Oh, I don't like that. That was doing that there. I really want it to just stay. Okay. Awesome. How's my audio? Is my audio okay? Should I kind of speak up or go a little more into the microphone? Just like I said, I'm just sitting here drinking tea. Okay. Rough day. I think a lot of people have gotten sick too, so I'm not the only one. But we will just try to power through this. And I'm going to go ahead and start this right about now. Let's see what this Gray State movie is all about. And I'll keep going back and forth, kind of checking the comments. Alright, so I'm starting it in 3, 2, 1, now.
Shitty pen. Shitty pen. We hate you. Mike's meeting 2. The outline. Projecting power, confidence. Talk fast, easy, and project. Why do you think I'm here? Why do you think I'm here? I want a career. I want a career, and I want some coin, and I want to find the people who can make that happen. I'm here because I like you. Okay. You know, guys, this is my project. Every little part of this project is me. I write, storyboard, cast. I edited, composed, I did the musical score. If it's Gray State, it's mine. Yes. And suddenly, Gray State is a household name. Gray State is already a household name. Every time I poke this dragon, they all fire awake saying things like, "You guys are the best, keep it up, in the name of liberty." And blah, 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 blah. People love this movie. The things that we could do with this. Okay, there's your break. Shift to sincere. So you're saying 30 million. Honestly, I think we can do better. I think. Because that implies, like, I've got my own ideas. I think. So can we do better? No, don't say that. Don't put it in the negative, can we? We can. We can do better. I'm here because I like you. But I want our film to be made right. Pen is broken. There we go.
This is the Netflix version, by the way, so I wonder if there's a different version. I heard there's a different version online out there. Let's see. Alright. Order ready.
Thank you for coming out. Because, as you know, this is an independent project. We have a quadcopter drone. We're going to be doing aerials. We're going to have you guys busting up these houses, sicking attack dogs on children. You know, it's going to get
Not sure
nasty.
if it's a hit piece.
And
good question.
thank you guys for being a part of it. I hope you have the presence of mind to remain professional and not take it too far.
It's on Netflix.
I don't know what too far really
It's on
is.
Watch 32.
So just impress me, make it real. You're here for a reason, right? You're part of the Gray State team? Yep. Show it. Big family. Show it to me. Big family. Anything else? I think we're covered. Squad leader, I want to hear you yelling to your guys. If full command, if doing something wrong, get to the display. That's your target house. High value individual there, very dangerous, he's armed. Get there! Get your squad up there!
Oh, get there. So David had saying all the time, he screamed, get there, get there. And David only showed you one time how to do something, and he hated it if you had to go back and ask questions about it.
Go, go, go!
Wow. 43. Oh, 43. Hey guys, how's it going? I'm losing my voice, so I'll make this quick. Right now, we're getting to the fun stuff. This is the actual Gray State, so you guys have seen the trailer, obviously. You know, this is just a quick jump into the future. Can you do a loop of the house? Okay, I'm watching. I'm right here, watching.
Even in the midst of it, David always took time to acknowledge his daughter.
You're a goofball.
It's interesting being here on this set, because this set here, where we're shooting this interview, is where we did a lot of the shooting for Gray State. Action.
If you are receiving this message, then you've been recruited. Welcome to the fight, Patriot.
Okay, a little bit less on the happy.
Less, okay.
What is Gray State?
Sorry, my cat wants in. I'll let my cat in.
Gray State is less a movie than it is a warning. We do not live in a dictatorship, but we do live in a police state. What we're going to see is the unveiling of this Gray State foisted upon America. The thing that you have to begin to understand about conspiracy theory is that at some point, it's no longer theory. You talk about peak oil, you talk about FEMA camps, you talk about global warming, you talk about the UN, you talk about the NWO. They're prepping for megadeath. Last night's declaration. Once the red carpet gets rolled out for this New World Order program, everything is free game. The bastard of it all is that you've heard of everything. Americans believe that they can't do it. And day by day, they're becoming correct.
Ninja action.
Numbers. And, we're losing.
Brings back memories. Oh, there's Alex Jones. He's not talking about David Crowley. It's down a little bit.
Can we lock in a time with you tomorrow for?
I'll be out here like 9 in the morning. But what are you guys doing with Ted?
You know that dystopian movie you're always talking about on air? We're the only ones doing it. So it's what happens if these guys win. And it's the dystopian near future reality.
They don't win, buddy.
Oh, that's what's called Gray State.
Yeah.
David didn't want to be leader for anything. He didn't want the glamour, the glory of the millions of dollars. You know, he saw a vision, he wanted to make it work, and he wanted to get it out.
The Gray State movie, go to graystatemovie.com. We're on Facebook, we're on YouTube. The word is getting out and the word is coming.
David Crowley was a voice.
Okay, let's see. 10 minutes in, and looks like I lost the stream. I'll let the stream go till we can get back. I don't know if anybody can see the stream. Please let me know, or else I will just hold off until we get it back. If we get it back, who knows? You can see it? Okay. It's weird on my screen because I have it on. I'm monitoring it to see what it looks like, and on mine it's spinning and spinning. So if you can see it, I guess that's a good thing. Not sure why I can't, but it's very interesting. Okay. Sorry, I have a little minor delay there. But, okay, as long as everybody else can see it, I guess it was just my computer. So if that happens, I'm just going to go ahead and just stop it for a second, just to make sure that this is coming through, which is not really helping me. My cat's not helping either. She's very feisty. She wants to play. Alright, sorry about that. Back to the movie. We're at the, it's like the 8-minute mark or so. Alright, let's keep rolling.
For a movement that believed
Jason
that
Allen.
a government
There's Jason
shutdown
Allen.
was imminent. That
This is my first time watching
oligarchy
it. Yes.
and these corporate powers, the corporatocracy, could overtake our civilization, our society, and in turn our citizens.
My cat's first
take
time, too.
away all of our civil liberties and human rights.
Jason Allen is one of the last people to talk to David, I think, or email, or David emailed him.
That's the gray state.
Very late December. One of the last days before he died.
He was a genius. I had never met anybody so analytical, so
Joseph
decisive,
Seaton, not sure who that is.
and so strategic.
Thanks for coming. It's important to note that without the volunteer participation of people like you to give the project scale, all the best ideas and loftiest ambitions would never be realized.
Or Slopumentary. I like
something much bigger.
But
So a lot of people, when they look at David, they could think, why does he make everything so difficult, so challenging, and so tough? And probably the easiest answer is because he was a perfectionist.
What the fuck is this wall, and how does it work? So, the wall is just a writing tool. The wall is something that every writer probably does. I don't know how extensive they get. Maybe they're better at synthesizing story than I am. So, I mean, if you want to look at it physically, you have the story here, beginning to end, also up, or top to bottom.
this is the wall that makes him crazy?
In the story, you'll find out that it works on several levels. There's mythological storytelling, so it's the hero's journey as described by Joseph Campbell.
Well, this whole thing has sort of taken on a mind of its own. We're still pretty new to this whole game.
Yeah, sorry,
but,
just a gal.
you know,
I
it is
can't show
developing. This
the
project has
video.
developed
I'm sorry about
momentum
that.
I can't even describe. It has run away from us.
Action!
Copyright stuff.
Okay, so head in your crotch. Bloody head in your crotch.
Sorry if that wasn't
Hi, Chris
clear.
Peck. Nice to meet you, Slate.
Oh, Chris Peck, the guy who was in Dan Hannon's house.
I think what made David
Yeah, go on Netflix if you want to see it. This might be very boring for you guys. I'm just watching it first time myself, that's all.
He would lead his crew like we were going into war, and you know we might not come out alive. Who else could walk up to a group of 20 people and say, "Hey, you want to be actors in this scene?" People with no experience at all. David would make them into actors.
Yeah, you're gonna be leaning forward more. Shoot this arm back.
That's right, I'm watching it on Netflix too, by the way.
Cool. Here we go, here we go. If you guys want to be in the scene, Chief Weinzel told me that I can do whatever I want with you guys, as long as you're cool with it.
Buffalo, Minnesota
So if you want to
police.
jump out and join the squads and make a show of it, I'm cool with that if you go. I want to get away with as much as I can. So if I can have a snarling dog attack a family safely, I'm going to do that.
Snarling
and you
dog
guys
attacked the
have to tell me
family.
no.
Interesting.
David very much had a vision when it came to making Gray State. He knew how to be a businessman. He knew how to get people together. They were not filmmakers.
All right, cut. David gets up and says, "Kelly, I can't. You might die." Like we
Script
talked about this
conference
stuff.
2020.
Which is good, because I think it's like repeating the conversation that went on.
What's Kelly's motivation to get into it now? Because she knows that Josh kept her off the radar, right?
David and Kamel were always one unit.
There will be a discussion
They were-
after.
They
Yeah.
were incredible. I mean, they were a relationship you wish for.
And a bear in there, a bear figurine. Sure, figurines.
They always had their own interesting way to express how much they loved each other.
Yeah, that's better.
I was
You're
just...
fidgeting over there.
Well, no, I'm not. I'm just laughing. I'm glad this isn't being narrated because, like, Daniel feels a lump in his pocket from the expo. Can mean a lot of things.
Yeah.
So I'm glad no one's narrating.
I'm at the 12-minute mark.
Hold on, let me touch my
Expo.
Okay, I guess that's a good place Come on, kitty. What do you look? You want in? You want out? We're trying to do a broadcast here. Oh, that cat. Okay, so I just paused it there for a second. We are now, yeah, right at the 12-minute mark. So if you want to come back after the discussion, that's cool. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and start it right here. Sorry about the noise in the background, everybody. I really apologize for that. Some construction work going on. That's life, right? Just roll with it. All right, here we go. Let's keep rolling here. Dan Crowley Sr. is on the screen right now. I hear it feels like a hit piece. A lot of people said that so far. Apple Valley, Minnesota, present day.
Well, you can't help but think about it every time you drive past it, or
Oh, it sounds like Judy
just coming
Prochnow.
out in the backyard and looking over. And the people I have talked to, we would all just be happy if someone came and tore it down and
Yeah.
built something new.
I'm with her on that.
We had my sister-in-law living with us for the month of December.
Hey, Judy.
And we took her home in the first part of January. And as we were driving to the airport that morning, I looked at the steps, and I noticed there were still Christmas gifts out there.
Watch how they do the close-up shot of your on your glass of Chardonnay. Interesting. Okay, I'll watch for
I went over to
that.
pick up the presents, and then I heard the dog bark. And I hadn't heard
Here's
the
my
dog bark for a
close-up
long
on my
time.
shot of
So I thought, well,
Jetem.
they must be home. And since I was in the front, I went to ring the doorbell. Well, then the dog came and jumped up by the front window and was barking, and I thought, well, they're not home. I haven't seen the dog or heard the dog before. Maybe there might be something wrong. And that's when I stepped off the stoop and went over to the window and I looked inside. I saw one body that was probably, maybe about 6 to 8 feet away from the window.
Look like a mannequin?
I noticed that there was another body, maybe 6 to 7 feet away from the first one. And I noticed that there was a little body that looked like it was almost in the second body's arms.
1055 Ramsdale Drive. Cop reporting suspicious behavior next door. Went over to the home to the right of the RP, sees dead bodies inside the house, dog inside, sees a gun in the house on the floor.
Rear slider, slightly ajar.
To look at the three of them through the Instagram filter of life, it's hard to imagine how it all went so wrong.
Uh-oh, there's lighting.
David Crowley, a talented, promising young filmmaker, his smart and beautiful wife, Kamel, a dietitian, and their adorable 5-year-old daughter, Rania. The reality is, the truth of what happened to David Crowley and his family is stranger and sadder than anyone imagined.
The truth, huh?
So this is the home in Apple Valley.
The truth. Yeah, the truth.
I mean, this is a total middle-class neighborhood.
Lighting's going to show us the
And
truth,
this
guys.
was
Oh,
mid-January.
there's the rear slider lock. Closed, not
you
open.
discover you can still see the
Interesting.
Christmas presents on the front porch.
I was looking for that. Looking for that rear slider to be closed.
But what a horrific crime to walk into and try to piece together.
And so
Physical
quickly.
Evidence scattered all over by the dog. I
Yeah,
mean,
so quickly
horrific.
they came to the conclusion.
Investigators found about 22 terabytes of information, all strung together on hard drives, kind of daisy-chained all together. And you had to think that when they're
Yeah,
looking at
why
all this,
close?
they're like, okay,
Show it open.
maybe the answer
Maybe
is
they
in
do.
one of these hard drives. We find the why.
How about you find the if before you look for the why, buddy? How about that?
So I took the case file. It was about 12,
1,500 pages.
Wow.
And I went through it, and all of a sudden I came through a picture that they did not have in the crime scene photos that they provided.
Dun dun dun.
And I said, oh my God, what is this?
And there on the wall, above the bodies, scrawled in blood, the words, Allah Akbar.
And this is,
God is the greatest.
and that was painted over white when most of the
Between their
people saw it,
bodies, a
hidden
Quran
from the family.
with pages torn out.
Many pages were
Open
torn
to
out
a
of that
traditional
Quran.
forgiveness prayer.
It's not the only thing it was open to.
In the home office, on a notepad, submit
Open the
to
rise.
Allah now.
Most recent version, submit to Allah now. Not signed by David.
Do you try to explain 3 deaths, you know, husband and a wife and their little girl?
You gather the facts. That's how you explain them.
And you can't come up with answers, right?
Yes, you can.
Talk about
How could you not?
various parts of it. You just can't come
Come on,
up with
Corey.
answers.
I told you all
Something
this.
about it that just kind of gets on you. And you
Talk
just
about the bullet hole,
can't
Corey.
wash it off.
No, because it doesn't make sense.
There's a Quran laying amongst the bodies. There's blood on the wall.
Bullet hole
David
in the
Crowley's right
ceiling,
on the verge
in the
of
living room
making
that they
music,
missed.
shall we say, or at least taking a really big step in getting beyond YouTube and actually getting to a movie, to theaters everywhere. No wonder it was
there's
catchy
Dan.
for conspiracy theorists.
Oh, there's me.
Hello, this is Dan Hennon, along with Greg Fernandez Jr. for another installment of the Crowley Case Updates. Today is June 4th, 2016, and we've got some updates on the case. So how are you doing today, Greg?
I'm doing good. It's hot, but that's okay.
Good, good.
I don't give a crap about credibility at all. Credibility means nothing to me.
It's true.
What I care about is truth.
I'm not in law enforcement. I don't have a background in detective work, but how it happened, I would say it's
I'd agree with that guy.
You've got no suicide note. There's no motive. And they said that out of their way to say that the blood test on the wall written Allah Akbar was the blood of Comel Crowley.
Right.
Well, who wrote the blood? Once you get into this wrong territory, once you start treading into these waters, there is a backlash against you by some shadow entity who knows what it is, but you start pushing the wrong buttons to the elite, so to say, and there is payback.
To God be the glory. Police don't even know what really happened. It's true.
With the people who think that David Crowley is guilty is they don't even want us asking questions now.
It's true.
They don't decide when we get to stop asking questions. We get to decide that.
Did the government want to silence him and his film?
Or are there other theories?
After the truth, get knocked off.
This particular video really shows
It's
why
always
the
about the
criminal
government
establishment
stuff.
murdered not only
It's never
him,
about the facts.
but his family as well.
It's sad.
As
Hey, there's the
admin
bullet
and
hole.
creator of the
Boom. There's
justice
the bullet
pages
hole.
on the Facebook accounts. I allow all theories to come into play. I don't want to censor narratives. There are certain people out there that certainly believe that these things did happen.
Sure.
They ruled it a
I'm
double
open to that.
murder followed by a suicide at the hands of David without any real investigation. There was no
Yep.
signs of domestic
Just
violence.
like Philip Marshall.
There was no
Philip
evidence
Marshall's
of
another
a
one.
violent household.
Strange case.
There was no evidence of PTSD.
According to Mitch Howe, no
There was
evidence of
no
PTSD.
evidence of mental illness.
No,
No
no.
depression, nothing.
Didn't stop the Gray State team from working with him. If they did.
There are certain points in every story that you can recognize that this is what happens to the character at this point in the story. For example, after Act 2 begins, eventually the midpoint is created, which is the metaphorical inmost cave. So the hero enters the labyrinth to fight the Minotaur. And
Yeah,
he
emoticon.
emerges with the secret, but the fight isn't
One
over.
big difference between
And
Philip
that applies to
Marshall
other stories,
and
like
the
character
David Crowley
doesn't have
thing
the right
is
idea yet.
the dog.
Still
In one
kind of
case, the
struggling,
dog
but
died. In the other
achieves
case, it
progress
didn't.
through
Thought that was
proactivity.
interesting.
And all
I'm
these
not
things, and then eventually there's the
saying
Supreme
that I
Ordeal,
believe David
which,
Crowley is guilty or
It's
innocent.
like the ultimate fight to death.
Now we go back to Afghanistan, November 20th, 2008.
You know, he had a whole album for it that he made while he was in Afghanistan.
That's pretty cool.
He's like picking away here, you know, like he's
played guitar his whole life. So.
Far from heavy metal.
Well, David was good at whatever he decided was worth being good at. He was good at being a father. He was good at being a husband. He was good at school. You know, he did things differently. He thought differently, and he worked harder, and he was more driven.
This is Crowley. Testing out the spark.
Now we go back to Iraq, 2006.
Well, it's a little
Going back in time here.
Kinda.
Yeah, well, maybe like 5 minutes.
Yeah, whatever. Oh, we. I need the tape. Here.
All right.
Oh man, 2006. I know people were there then. It's terrible.
Again. Finish him.
These poor kids.
Second speed. Awesome.
Everything he did it
Poor kids.
to his utmost ability. He never
I didn't know him
half-assed
at all.
anything. He saw what he wanted, and he went.
I knew of his trailer in 2012. Did not like it. The Decline, high school film directed by David Crowley. We're going way back in time now. With Mitch Heil, who was also a veteran as well.
We never needed to join the military, but like we were playing airsoft
Best friend in
and
high
like
school.
paintball or whatever. We tried to make it as realistic as possible, I guess. So we're trying to wear accurate uniforms and trying to do, you know, military type movements and military type things. And for me, and I think for him too, it was just a natural progression of, I like the military, I like guns, I like, you know, that type of thing. So I'm like, I would like to progress from playing it to being it.
It's a big difference.
I can't ever remember deciding to join the Army, but of course we were all inundated with the whole glory aspect of it, having seen Black Hawk Down, which came out around the time that we were in 10th grade. And so at some point it became obvious to us that we were joining the military.
Well, this is fun.
We're in Iraq, 2006.
I served in Ramadi, Iraq in 2006, and I witnessed directly what we're doing there, the good and the bad.
Put in the water. You drank it all. You drank it all. Here, give it old boy right there.
That's sad. So sad.
9/11 obviously generated a lot of emotion.
It did.
You see 3,000 of your fellow Americans incinerated. You think that sucks. So when they say we need to go to Iraq because of this, you're going to Iraq, buddy.
So he probably didn't believe 9/11 was an
I've seen
inside
people
job back
shot
then.
in the head. I've seen people killed. I've seen people blown up. I've been in combat. I've shot people. I know how combat goes. You die like animals. We die like animals. You bleed out, and then you leave a corpse that looks surprised. And that's just how it is.
Sorry, I'm still sick.
I witnessed directly how the mentality of the American soldier is being used, and directly how the mentality of the American public is being used. I mean, when you follow a flag, you're going to be manipulated.
Agreed.
It's not like following a person or following an idea. You're following a country, and whatever that country says to follow, you're going to do.
You have to. They own you at that point.
It is morally reprehensible what we're doing in the Middle East. And if you don't fucking understand that yet, you need to open your eyes, because you are a slave for the most insidious global agenda mankind has ever known, and you are directly responsible for that.
I didn't learn about
At some point,
9/11
you've got to
till years
realize
later.
that you're just a dog jumping through hoops for the government.
Alright, he took a sip, I'm taking a sip.
Now we're in Texas, June of 2008. Shots of the wife.
David called me and said,
David.
"Hey, I met this girl and we're getting married." I'm like, "What?" He goes, "Yeah, we're getting married in 2 weeks."
Was it pretty quickly? 2 weeks.
I said, "I heard you were seeing somebody for a couple months, but wow."
David, would you have this woman come out?
Hey, sometimes you know, right? Got married in Waco, Texas, May 22nd, 2008. 6 weeks after first meeting, they were married. Wow.
The way that Kamel would speak of David, it felt very high school, I think is the best way to describe it. Kind of that first love, the puppy love, infatuation. It seemed very sweet, but always would make me question how that can go on for so long.
Kamel was a strong-willed woman, confident, assertive, very intelligent, but she followed the leader. Because I remember David telling me that she was Muslim. And then I remember David, exhibiting very much Christian-like traits and speaking a lot about biblical stuff. And then all of a sudden, when I'm hanging out with Kamel, she's Christian.
Interesting. I wonder what
Having
changed
been
her mind.
overseas and having seen what like Sharia law had done to the people in Iraq, he did not like the religion Islam. He loved Muslim people, but he felt that Islam subjugated the people, and
I agree.
he felt very strongly about that.
That's my view. I agree. Soon after David and Camille are married, he's redeployed to Afghanistan. Man, that sucks. This redeployment is a surprise, as Crowley has been told he would be discharged after.
First heard he was having
stop
problems
loss?
when he went to Afghanistan, and he was really struggling because he's now afraid. He was never afraid before, but now that he's met Kamel, he really has a reason to live.
Interesting.
He really doesn't want to get killed.
He has a wife and a daughter
Never
on the
seen
way,
documentation,
and he
Tina.
thought he was going
I
back
haven't.
to civilian life, and he'd done his time, and Uncle Sam said thank you.
I think the sister
And
even
now all of a
said that
sudden, he
she was
is
still a
being thrown
Muslim.
into what he feels to be a corrupt
That's
war.
what she told me, if I remember correctly.
What the stop loss did to
Contradicting
his
stories.
worldview, and how he described it to me, was that he had a breakdown.
I was stop lost. I was involuntarily held by the military for 15 months.
That sucks.
I was forced to deploy against my will. Had to leave my brand new wife at home. And I come back from that very disgruntled, to say the least.
That sucks.
Nothing good ever comes out of a deployment except for, well, a body count.
That's not good.
After today. Why are you making it on me?
You're pretty.
Get out of here. Hey, Ronnie.
Kamel was very devoted and attached to Ronnie. Ronnie was her world. She and Ronnie had a very special relationship, always hugging and happy and joking around, and she was very attentive with her.
What did you have for lunch today? Hmm? You ate a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? Yeah.
She was just what I thought every parent would want in a daughter. She likes pink. She's adorable. She has goofy features, and there's just so much to love about her.
You like cookies, huh? Okay, say goodbye to Uncle Danny.
Bye-bye. Big smile. She'd have been my dream girl, as a dad.
Not sure what kind of sadism this is. Because he's never going to get that stick. And I think that's the whole point. So no one loses an eye. Because then I got to deal with it.
make a lot of comments on the fact that David was very clear he did not want any more children, which at the time I thought was weird because they were so young. To be that final about that decision at such a young age
Could change later.
surprised me.
Hey, so what you looking at?
This one.
Are you gonna kill?
No, I'm not.
You're not gonna kill? Why?
Because I'm not going to kill him.
Well, that's
Why would you
nice.
kill
That's
him?
good.
He's a baby.
Ugly baby. And we definitely don't kill babies, do we?
No.
You shouldn't kill
When
anybody.
I was a baby, when I was a baby, we don't kill my baby.
Nope. That's why you're still alive, and it's your 4th birthday tomorrow.
When I'm a baby, we don't kill him. When I was a baby, and then you don't kill me when I was a baby.
It's a
Nope,
weird
no one
thing to
killed
say
you.
to a kid.
You couldn't pull it off.
Internal desire.
If a character has a desire, that means he often has a competing internal desire,
You talk to
which
kids
often
about
comes
death.
from a past trauma that usually is explained at the midpoint. It becomes very scientific and very methodical, but that doesn't mean it's any easier to create.
This
So
wall
I'll
is
have certain colors that represent when the character will acknowledge his inner trauma.
some drone shots. Alright, he goes to film school after Afghanistan in 2009. Kamel works full-time as a dietitian. Crowley and Danny Mason embark on the Gray State project.
Gray State is shot everywhere, but mostly it's shot in a studio. But you'd never know looking at the footage. All this buzz that people have for Gray State, we didn't start it. The story is, the farther down you go, the story becomes bigger and it involves more people. It involves generations and generations of Americans and everyone else playing their part leading up to this moment. So yes, once we begin to connect these dots, there's no way you can't tell a story about it.
That's why it
He
was
was
made
introduced
into a
to the
TV
idea.
series.
It started out as a fun little fantasy, and then I think it kind of snowballed and got bigger than he had imagined it would.
Okay, Mitch. Yeah. Put a mark down?
He had a very take control personality, and I think I almost got submissive of it. After I had seen the results, I'm like, well, I didn't agree with you, but holy shit, this looks
They're
good.
using that wall
so
against him?
I'm
Really?
gonna go with it.
Okay.
Okay,
That's
I'm going to be
interesting.
frank. This is a public execution. Gunshot to the back of the head. Who wants it?
Oh shit. Are you kidding me?
Yes, I want to kill.
Why are they...
So this was
Very
in the trailer,
suggestive.
this would have been preparing for one of the execution scenes where one of the militia people basically executes 4 people in a row. So we were prepping for that spot.
Didn't this strike you as kind of creepy?
Yeah, very creepy.
There's Eric Nelson in the back. You can hear him.
Yeah, you could even give a little bit of a cock and bull if you want.
David's right-handed, and his right hand is missing.
Don't even
Let's
walk
not
up
forget
before the
that.
guy, just kinda do it from a distance.
So why police came to the conclusion so quickly that he was guilty is also another interesting thing. They didn't even have the hand.
This is the grossest thing about this movie is that it comes home like this, all right?
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Adam's first mark. Camera's rolling. Action. Here it comes, guys. Breathing. Breathing. Here it comes.
Sorry, I'm gonna blow my nose from time to time.
Good. Cut. That's gross. That's just gross, you guys.
We spent days and hours with each other.
Crazy 'cause he has
That's
a
kind of
lot
how
of
we
notes.
became
That's
a little band of
ridiculous.
brothers, or the Crawleyites, as I would call it.
Adam, do you know what's going on?
Absolutely not. I just listen to you. We only hired the finest people here.
Okay, Adam, ready?
I never felt like David was necessarily the alpha dog. It was more of David was the type of person that would literally give his shirt for you, or off his back for you.
Anyone who's not packing should be.
He turned into a pit bull when he was directing, but set that aside, he was a sweetheart.
Awesome. Yeah? Awesome. What's next? What are we doing next? You're my AD, okay?
Okay, it says I'm live. It's telling me I'm live right now. If anyone can verify that, that would be great.
have gone ahead and just paused the video. So if anyone can hear me live, please let me know. That would be great so I can continue this. Okay, we're back. All right, we are back. Thanks. Sorry about that. You know, that's life, right? Go ahead and just set that there. So I paused it now. Okay. I just paused it for a couple seconds so I could get back. And we are at the, looks like we're at the 36:12 mark. So, okay, thank you everyone for letting me know. I'm going to go ahead and keep working on this. Okay.
At his beck and call, night and day, to get this project pushed and done. You know, because David's success would ultimately mean their success.
We got to like him, otherwise we do not care. And when he comes in at the end, like, oh, that guy again.
I don't think you're supposed to care. It's not about him. Tried to save Kelly, and then he throws his beautiful funeral for this girl, which I like. And, you know, there's just something mysterious about him, and I'd like to leave it there. I don't want to know him yet, because I'm trying to figure Daniel out.
Kamel still is a mystery. I mean, the vibe that I always got was free-thinking, independent woman.
How's that
so
a mystery?
The idea that she somehow becomes a puppet of her husband, just that's the question that's still there, right?
Kamel was definitely intelligent. She was definitely very good at anything that she
Master of
put her
public
mind
health.
to.
Wow.
But I think what made her so good was that she was intelligent but also extremely passionate.
Come on, baby, get it. I'm gonna run with you.
She was easy to talk to and was a quick thinker when you would ask her questions. She was intellectually curious and jumped on whatever she thought she should be pursuing.
Showing her business
If it
website.
was the paleo diet, she was all on board with that.
We've done the
They named their dog Paleo. You know, I think she was trying to find her place.
What are you guys doing?
We're making cupcakes.
Looks like eggs.
Yep, egg and
Bananas.
bananas. Butter. Butter too.
So Kamel starts baking cakes and she realizes how
good she is
at it. Not only good, but amazing.
Oh, I missed the scarf.
Her idea, KC Cakes. She
Winnie
would
the
make
Pooh.
like an Elmo cake for Rania for her birthday. This could have been huge if she wanted to. She's that good.
Yeah, they
This
could
one-
find anything.
This was my birthday
like this.
cake here. Notice the golfer taking the divot and not even hitting the ball. So, like, she's very perceptive. Emotionally, she was very smart. And I think, like, David really trusted her with his feelings and emotions.
This was not the Annie doc I viewed. I wonder if this is an extended version. I know there was a.
That's what I hated about it.
I guess there's a
I
director's
hope you make
cut.
it better
I'm
than
not
what
sure.
I'm imagining.
The Annie version, maybe it was shortened down.
So
or
David
something.
Crawley
I don't know.
Bucksall Convention. He self-funds a trailer for a movie that doesn't exist. He's going to use that trailer
Oh, yeah, he's
as
gonna
a
make it.
marketing tool to get money to pay himself in order so he can write the script. Then he's going
Uh-huh.
to take that script, take it to Hollywood, get $30 million to make the movie that he wants to make.
Okay.
It's an improbable dream. I mean, it's a guy in Apple Valley. He's unemployed. He's got a young family, and he's doing it in reverse order. I don't believe that even he could have foresaw how successful that was going to be.
Seems weird. Parts of the Annie doc are missing. Interesting. Team America. Filming sound effects or audio to insert. Why don't they say what he's really doing here? It can seem like he's just staring into the camera.
Okay, parents, once we get everyone together. You know how the police typically view us, peasants in situations where they get to use their weapons. They have no regard for your rights, okay? So what's going to happen? It's a 3 a.m. raid, okay? You're all asleep, so you're all in your pajamas. If you feel like you're warm enough, I want you barefoot. You're getting pulled out of your bed in the middle of the night by these armed goons. They're going to take you out. They're going to force you into the ground.
He's basically telling all these little kids that we're essentially going to...
Who have already agreed to do it.
Rip you out of this house and...
Okay, so listen up. I'm going to instruct my squad leaders. If it gets too
It's not like it's a surprise to them. I'm sure they know it already.
So you can scream, "Don't hurt me, stop hurting me," and stuff, and they're not going to listen. If you say banana, they'll stop.
It's funny.
Could you know what a director would do?
And action.
Some of the family wanted parts taken out. I think the whole Alam family stuff was taken out. Look at the clock there. It's 9:11. The Alam family withdrew all of their stuff, which that's the stuff I was hoping to get. There's some interesting stuff there. Very interesting.
Hey, what does
stuff.
dangerous mean?
Danger means scary monster. That what dangerous means. When you push the red one, then the monster's gonna get you and it's bloody. No, when you're a little girl, and then you get it out.
Bloody monster's coming.
No, it's gonna get mommy Como, and then when she's a little girl, and then she got blood on her face, and then monster's gonna get her, and when she's a little girl, and then she got blood. And then she.
Look at all her dramatic effects.
And
There
then,
you go, dramatic.
and then you got bloody. And then
She really thinks about these
blood everywhere, and then this room, and then this room is bloody, and then this room is a floor, and then lots of bleeding, and then the red man's gonna get you. And
Who said
run
red
you,
man?
And it's gonna get.
That's disturbing.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Let's face it. You can, I mean, there's a red rum quality to it. It's like The Shining, right? A premonition.
Yeah, but he's guilty, so
Though
forget
the
it.
girl is
Right?
prescient. I mean, the way she's talking about
Well, we got no
stuff
proof,
is
but
scary.
whatever. We'll just go with it
But
because
she has
police
been
say it.
exposed enough to some very dark things that this is what she knows, and this is what a little girl is now talking about. I mean, Jesus Christ, she's 5 years old.
Watch your mouth, buddy. Here we go with the Freemason scene, the guillotine. Disgusting. Here's the fear point, everybody. Bring it in. I wonder how the Freemasons felt about that.
We all do.
Oh, how many Freemasons are in Minnesota again? Ooh. Who has ties to Freemasons in the Gray State? I'd like to know that.
We have no common goals. We're
We're just a bunch of individuals in a collective state, and we don't support each other. So once I identified that, I'm like, that's my villain. And so,
Yeah,
person
Leiden's
watching this
weird.
film can be like, they subconsciously recognize that this scene is where they're supposed to be.
They're really jumping around.
The hero and the villain.
2012 Gray State fundraising trailer premiere. Ugh, I just never liked the trailer. Sorry. They did. Some did.
Promotional tool. We're going to now that the gates have been lifted, the veil has been breached, as it were. We are ready to go.
Meticulous, interesting.
I think for us, shooting the concept trailer, raising the money that we did, setting the goal and crushing the goal that we set for.
Thanks. I'll pay attention to the board.
Back then, we thought it was
It's
totally
starting to make
feasible
sense
to do
what you're
we were
saying
going
now.
to do.
We're very, very fortunate to have the crew from Gray State here today. Woo!
Yeah! I think the fans had a great expectation of David. I think they saw the Gray State as the
Jason Allen's a Gray State fan.
for this message and this story to be told.
This is David Crowley, the brains behind the madness. These guys are working very hard to put out this incredible film. Big time stuff.
He owns the
So
rights.
to hold David to that standard of excellence that he set himself up for. this
Danny Mason wouldn't
amazing
give up the
concept
rights
trailer
to
that
Gray
he put
State.
together, and this movement of videos.
I wonder what
and
Danny
social
Mason's
media
going to try to do with
and
Gray State.
press attention. They expected an incredible
Make
movie.
money?
Obviously, the things that we're showing, the things that we're saying are appealing to people.
Yeah, Mason Hendricks said he was going to send me some posters and some Gray State memorabilia. I'm still waiting for that,
What am I going to do
Mr.
this
Hendricks.
spring? But it's developed into this beast that we can't even keep up with.
So in the fall of 2012, the trailer comes out, and it very quickly just explodes online. He becomes a YouTube sensation. It's shared everywhere on social media, Facebook, Twitter,
I remember
whatever
that,
it may be.
and I
Conspiracy theories,
immediately,
this guy
red
is a
flags,
messenger.
immediately with this trailer for me. Did not like
They've
it.
ordained him in some
Didn't
special
protest
way,
against it, but
and they're
did not
wanting
like
him
it.
to deliver.
Kept my mouth shut, but observed. In the fall of 2012-2013, Crowley's Facebook and Twitter following increases. It's important to understand who knows who has the access to Crowley's Facebook and Twitter, especially after his death.
Hey, Alex, good to talk to you again. I'm David Crowley. I'm the writer and director.
Why is
of Gray
Alex
State.
Jones so
What
quiet
will
on
happen
this?
in the film
So
is
quiet
the reason
on
we call
this
it Gray
topic.
State, or one of the reasons, is that it's a division of reality. So we have
Talk
people
about
who are
everything
living
else.
in the
These
Alex
guys will
Jones
talk about
world, who know what's
aliens in the
going
White
on, and
House or
people who
whatever,
simply
but
don't.
don't talk about this one.
My role in this whole thing was not just to be there and assist David with whatever he wanted, because he knew he already had my commitment, but I was, of course, David's personal Rolodex. I'd been doing the work in the trenches with the revolution for years, and so I knew everybody already.
What camera you want me to look at?
Look at, you're talking to Sean. Talk to Sean.
Okay.
Good?
Okay. I got it, guys. We see a giant arms race against the American people, but not just here in the United States, worldwide. We see the globalists building a giant police state control grid and calling themselves technocrats. A technocrat is a group of dictators who use technology to control people. We are
The
already
messages
beginning
are
to
gone.
fall
Interesting. I'd like to
to
hear more
the
about
Gray
that.
State.
Please make sure to bring that up after
This
we watch
fight
this.
is for the future of humanity, and we are in the fight. And it's now time for humanity to restore the republic,
Photos of
and
them
restore
at, or
freedom, and the Bill of Rights and
pictures,
Constitution.
the video of
It's
them at
just that simple.
Bilderberg. This is from
I don't want to
Bilderberg,
take up too much of your time, but can we have verbal consent to use this
2012.
footage?
Yeah, you can use this. Go ahead.
Your name?
I'm Alex Johnson.
Your name? Really?
There was already this movement that
Paul
was
Fest.
right at its peak when David was coming along.
I
with
remember
Gray
hearing
State
about the
Project.
Paul Fest.
So it wasn't corralling. There was already a big audience. And then the rest of the audience came once they saw what was being put out.
Has anyone heard of Gray State? The film explores trends like RFID, bio, and nanotechnology. These represent the fusion of authoritarian control and human flesh. And these trends are no longer science fiction.
David Crawley is the warrior, right? He's the warrior, though, that is the artist. And in that, they see a guy who can be a leader of this movement. He's the guy that's
So they're
going to
followers.
take it beyond
Got it.
just chat rooms to a bigger discussion.
Although I make no claim that my efforts as an artist best exemplify the thoughts and feelings of every person in this room, I do assert that as far as expressions of freedom go, this is one we can all get behind. And through our united effort, we can keep this film in the fiction section. Thank you. Once you get into this information, there really is no end to it. It just leads into the next conspiracy, For example, you want to ask why veterans are on the watch list. Now this is coming out. Police agencies are being trained to watch veterans. So veterans, gun owners, patriots, these sort of people who are independent of the system or can be, are they really a threat to the New World Order? You're fucking right they are. That's why they're being targeted.
What is the New World
I guess
Order?
I'm rambling. I got nothing. What's the next thing?
That footage looked like it was from the documentary that he
think
was
he had an
making,
element of
Gray State,
paranoia,
The
too.
Rise.
Like, whatever you told him, it's just he wasn't trusting it.
Oh, it was paranoid. Okay, sure.
He had gone through this transformation on that deployment. You know, it
Didn't
shocks
stop you
the
guys
system,
from working with him.
and you start looking at the world differently.
Oh, I don't know that much about the FB page,
guys,
the
David
Facebook
Crowley from
page. I'd
Gray
like to
State
hear more
Project.
about that
Tonight,
too.
I'm going to be shooting a little bit for the documentary.
I think a lot of
Gray State
people
Rise.
removed a lot of
It's
things.
something that I'm
Admins were taken out,
for
and
the awakening moment that is
interesting
the
stuff.
eyes opening to appreciate the truth about our surroundings and our reality.
So now they're showing him filming. This must be their old house, the apartment that
So I'm using
some
my wife
demonic
now as the
activity might have
subject.
happened in.
She ends up being in most of my projects.
Should I look at her at all? Like,
No.
oh, I'm so concerned for your life.
He always had to be in control of everything, every variable, and there's no collaborating with him. That was the problem. So.
Oh. Yet he had collaborators.
Moms do that, like holding their child closer.
So it looks a little bit.
His personal page? Okay. Yeah, there were things removed from his personal page. Some tax talk, right?
I never saw them argue. I never saw anything like that. They did it. They had a bad spell back in 2013. I think David was on the road so much and doing this Gray State stuff.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
tough.
Camille felt she was holding the family together financially and filling in while David was gone so much that they had a rough spot for a while.
Did you guys have a surprise at school? Because that's what the paper said.
Kamal and I both worked in a clinic where we saw clients with eating disorders. The business that we created together was for nutrition around
3 posts
people
left and a
with
handful of
diseases.
pics. Interesting. Wow.
I would say Kamal and David
Think
were
we got
definitely both at
screenshots.
a point in their life that I think they both had pretty strong passions for separate things. Kamal the nutrition, David more the film. She did not have many other friends out
Oh,
there.
how much more of this do I have to watch?
She
38
made a lot of
minutes
comments
left.
that she would have loved to have more friends and that she was looking for ways to do so. It was just kind of, oh, David is a little different, so,
Interesting.
it just
Only the
doesn't
3
work out.
friends
But I could tell she was always
that
very
believe David
disappointed.
Crowley was guilty
Kamal's behavior
were the ones who were
didn't add up.
controlling the page?
He was involved in everything.
Or they were
And
posting?
She always made it
I'll
seem
let you
like it's
clarify that
exactly
later.
what she wanted.
All right, Randy. Say hi, Mommy. Hi, Mommy. Okay, now we're going to do the spin, okay? Okay, let's spin. Ready? Set.
Oh, it makes me dizzy just looking at it.
So skinny. Oh. You don't like it as much as last time, huh?
It's fun, Daddy.
You like it? Is it fun? Yeah. Oh.
Ugh. Couldn't do that. I have the stomach for that.
So less than 2 years after the trailer comes out, he's made his way to Hollywood. He has script in hand.
Okay.
He makes contacts with legitimate Hollywood insiders who believe and tell David that they're going to go out there and raise the money for a $30 million movie.
So David got a development deal based on the trailer. Hey, there's Mike Boggio. Boggio. I keep saying Boggio.
The way I would
Sorry.
pitch this thing is
There's Mike
America's
O'Donnell.
finally had enough. It's the population of this country has had enough of a corrupt government, and they make a stand. I think to this day, there's still a built-in audience for a film like this.
David did a phenomenal job grassrooting
No
this
domestic
project.
violence.
You know, we see all that from our aspect,
Nothing
and
we
everything
know.
that David put into this was phenomenal in our eyes.
I wonder if any
because
of the Gray State team
how
has records
this
of
thing
domestic
grew.
violence.
It took on its own legs and grew and grew and grew and grew. So this is our June 29th meeting. We're sitting at a pub on Sunset Boulevard in Hollywood. We all did a celebratory shot and to conduct new business. David was very laid back, very, very calm. In that meeting, it was just very, very, very professional.
No sense of just, hitting his lines or,
No, I never got that impression at all. If he was acting, he was one of the best actors I've ever
Yeah,
seen.
I was going to say the same thing.
Shitty pen. Shitty pen. We hate you. Mike's meeting 2. The outline. Projecting power, confidence. Talk
Here comes
fast.
a smear campaign.
Talk fast, easy, and project.
We want the
Cobal's
mics
right.
to
Cobal's
really
right. You're wearing something black.
go
You
against
gotta show
David
some
here.
arm veins. Watch on the left wrist, bracelets on the right. A necklace that's long enough to be tucked in, nothing too flashy, just enough to indicate that you're confident.
Here comes the deception. Yes, this is that the Netflix documentary.
And I'm not just a quick fleece.
The mics say David is psychotic.
Talking to me because this is my project.
You should listen to Dan Hannon's interview that he did with Mike Boggio after this,
Before there was even
when the mics realized that they had been tricked by a lot of things in this, by what you're seeing right
These are the
now.
proverbial fish in a barrel that every
Taken out of
time you say
context,
New
maybe
World
not
Order, they
tricked.
get out
Okay,
their
taken out
wallets.
of context.
So, how are the rewrites? This will probably start it. How are the rewrites? First thing you're going to do is see what they do to each other. If they look at each other, are they measuring me right now?
Yeah.
Like, I see
I
one
wonder
producer,
which
just
Mike
one
says he's
producer claiming
psychotic, because Mike
This tells me
Boggio
that either
said that he thought David was normal, and they were working with David up until the day he died, working on the deal.
you're achieving a dominant position by matching their experience with your
Excuse me.
enthusiasm. So let them answer, but your wrap up now. Here's the sunset on your beautiful day with your partnership with the mics.
Wow, that's kind of messed up that they played that. That's really in bad taste.
It's hard to express it. I got chills actually.
It's the most divisive bullshit I've ever heard in my life. It's not the David who I met.
I wonder if the divisive
This
BS
is
is
manipulative,
coming
this is
from them.
psychotic.
Yeah.
I'm very insulted by it.
And then Eric Nelson
He's
apologizes
taken
later
adversarial
to the
position
mics.
towards us and playing us for chumps from day one. And yet, from day one, it was a collaboration and a collaborative effort for the project. This is the complete opposite of that. This is, I am, controlling the project. I'm going to work out exactly what words to say to elicit what response. This is craziness.
That's personal stuff. I don't know.
I don't even have to write it. I just have to have the idea, and people
Okay, I'm
will start
listening.
to do things.
Oh,
I will make money off it.
there's the Illuminati sign. The pyramid.
Because this thing exists in my head. Whatever comes out of this first deal, I don't know what'll happen afterwards. Because we're creating this thing that exists outside of all of us.
You were given this thing.
Wonder if they played any of that stuff for the mics, or if they just played some of the things David was doing to psych himself up.
We worked so hard and stuck together, and
Everything.
we've stuck together through everything.
I'm so happy I understand you better. I love the bitch in you.
Passion, intensity, love is a lot of things. And love can turn into hatred too. It can turn into something negative if you put too much passion into it.
Oh. Good to know.
I just was concerned for him because you go from hanging out with a person religiously to getting cut off.
So he did that a lot, huh?
I mean, he withdrew from
Not just
all
at the
of us
end of
so
his
hard.
life.
Like, I texted him, and it would take a couple of days for him to get back to us, and it's like, well, what's going on, man? It's like, I'm writing, I promise I'll, da-da-da-da. And then when he emerged from that...
So he did emerge.
That's when he said to all of us, like, if you ever see me doing that again, say something. Tell me. Because I went to a dark place.
Interesting.
So if I ever go back to my dark place, please tell me.
Kamel came to me one day and out of the blue said, I want to separate the business. At first it was a shock. I would receive these long emails from her, which never matched up with the way that she would speak to me in person.
Interesting.
I remember saying to her at one point, Kamel, I feel like I'm speaking to David, not you.
This is a journal entry. It's been a busy week writing Gray State, polishing it up. By the time you read this again, this whole nightmare will be over.
So he's finishing it.
David started journaling in day one. It's a program for journaling.
And
where
stopped
he put
when?
pictures in every entry. There were random pictures, I think, but then he just journaled what was going on in his life at the time, mostly.
And that stopped when the journal
He
stopped.
liked his dog a lot. I think his dog was one of his best friends. May 31st of 2014, journal entry. You will perform a ritual, a prayer for wisdom, love, empathy. These are the keys to unlock your ideal future, and you don't have an hour to waste.
So he's searching, right? He's a guy that is trying to bring a greater truth or truths or things that are hidden from us. He brings the spotlight to himself. David starts to feel pressure. I mean, it's not just about him anymore. It's not just about what he's bringing to the table. He's got all these other people at the buffet, and they want his product. They want what he said he was going to do.
Well, they get their own product.
David got to a point where he got so upset with his fans that if they wrote something negative, he would ban them from the page. He didn't want to hear the negative anymore. He was like,
It's a lot they didn't put in the movie, like the bullet hole
take time. It's
in the
not
living
easy.
room ceiling.
Take it or leave it. I don't have to listen to your shit.
And I think when you have a target audience of that nature, they're going to respond.
Did I see something from 2015?
Not believe anything they're going to dig. Kind of like comic book movies. If you get something wrong, the die-hard comic book fans are going to attack you for this or attack you for that. These people are just actually legitimately insane, though. That's the difference.
I mean, the guy's more libertarian.
They could be robots.
He
They
realizes
could be
that
bots.
suspicions of wanting less government or questioning
Doesn't mean they're real
government's
people.
motives or why there's wars or why are we,
Find the bots and
in
block them.
Afghanistan or Iraq like that. Is way different than these other people who hate. And he wasn't talking about hate.
He wasn't talking about hate. Huh?
August 5th, 2014. David and Kamel are preparing for Ranu's birthday party. His quote was,
It's a
unveiling
big deal.
from the distance everyone has perceived in us, ridding ourselves of dysfunctional relationships, friends, family.
That's the last time all the family was together, it sounds like, at this birthday party. It's a very important piece right here. Sunday, August 10th, 2014, at Rainya's 5th birthday party. Very important day here. David's mom is here.
Birthday party, the only thing
It's not mentioned
that
very
stood out
much.
to me was that they weren't talking at all. She had nothing bad to say about him. They
David's
had the
sister in the
closest
background.
relationship, and I just expected that they would flirt or kid around a little bit, but
Haven't seen David's mom at all. Where is she? She's here at this birthday party.
I'd say it was during Ranya's birthday party where I noticed such a disconnect between
Really?
him and Kumail, and it was just really weird. It wasn't like any other time I've ever been in that household. It was stale, stagnant air. It just was bad.
There's David's mom. She's in a cast. Going into the basement, are we? Here we go with the occult stuff. Fortunately, this is the part I've been waiting for.
The story, and you'll see almost nothing until it spikes. But then a hint starts to rise.
It's too bad Sidra's stuff was cut out.
Come from, and have I planted it appropriately in the past? And able to see, like, when the bad guy is introduced, is there enough of the occult hint? Has it been properly set up in the inciting incident?
The Freemasons?
So I can ultimately bring it from nowhere and create this emotionally
Chopping people's heads off.
charged climax that is loaded with meaning that you didn't see coming.
I moved back to Minneapolis in 2014 and linked back up with David.
Who's
He was
doing
talking to me
this
a lot about spiritualism.
weird,
At this
dark,
point, him
shadowy
and Kamel had converted.
walking
in a sense.
towards
They
the
were
camera?
no longer talking about Christianity. They were talking about and the resonance of the universe
That is
and
just ridiculous.
transcendental philosophy and connecting to higher levels of consciousness. And whatever that was, David tapped into it.
It's just for us. It's August 29th. Ronnie came home with a fever, and you were connecting and playing.
Yeah, painting nails and doors right here to her room. I was sitting on the floor and she was sitting facing me, and I had my back towards her bed. And then
There's a scar.
we both felt something come through the door.
David never
Evil
really
presence.
got into a lot of details of what was going on with Kamel spiritually or what would actually take place.
Danny's
It was
done
more
some ghost
those
hunting of his
questions
own.
of, so if a,
Paranormal Sarah.
some kind of spiritual attack, what would that look like?
A demon.
And then, okay, cool. And then as I'm going back to painting my nails, I know where her voice is because I've been talking to her, so I'm a voice higher than that. So I just feel like the height was higher than where she was at the bed. Do you didn't like the song? I just froze. I'm like, Ryan, did you say something?
Makes me think of maybe Ronnie was talking to an evil presence in the basement.
She's awake, where it came from. She's like, what? No, I didn't say anything. I'm like, did you hear that? She's like, no, I didn't hear anything. And I came out and told him.
She sounds sane to me right there.
Want to know what I really think?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I think people lean on the supernatural when they can't understand things that they're experiencing and feeling.
She said she heard a voice in the house.
And it's easier
A
to
presence.
believe that they were being chased by some kind of metaphysical spirit than they were being chased by their own problems.
What is this guy talking about? That's ridiculous. It's very misleading.
After his daughter's birthday party, he starts just shutting down. Guy who was on social media all the time stops.
Okay,
Stops returning
what they're
phone calls.
showing
Very
him
important
doing,
people who he needs in
doing,
order
holding
to
the gun and all that.
And
nobody really knows
Hmm.
why.
I'm not sure that's how the house looked
So
like
after the birthday party, me and David's
when
communication
police
became
found the
very
bodies.
sporadic.
It's interesting.
He was looking much more to be the sole controller of Gray State. He was looking for me to sign away my rights as being the creator and one of the actors in it.
Wow.
And I wouldn't budge on it.
They're really painting him.
September 8th, 2014, there was a journal entry. The universe may want me to destroy Danny Mason since he has given indication that he wants to stand in my way. What a fool. Convert him to my cause or destroy him. His next actions will decide. Sounds worse than it was. It was just David being creative, I think.
Yikes. I was showing Kamel and Rania sleeping.
They
Everybody's
were
sleeping now.
in it together. Like the disconnecting, which was weird. Because here they are disconnected at the birthday party. But yet, they as a couple are disconnected from all of us. And then it starts just going downhill from there.
It was a very drastic change. She became very isolated. Nobody would really see her. You wouldn't even know if she was at work, except for the fact that she was seeing her patients. She would take the back ways in and the back ways out.
If there would have been any little clue, if I just would have known even about what it looks like for a woman to be nervous or whatever, like I didn't know.
Yeah, the spirits. I mean, come on.
September 30th, 2014, a journal entry. Utterly bewildered and spent. I think a part of me is broken. People are just creatures to
2013?
tolerate and get around so I can be on my way. I was going to babysit for him, and that fell through.
Dog's bigger than I thought.
After that, I would send him a text here and there offhandedly, and nothing, just didn't hear anything back. And that wasn't out of the ordinary. He gets busy, he does his writing, he gets buried in his work, so I wasn't concerned. I did notice that he wasn't responding. Then it became more of, I don't want to say pleading, but then I began to think something was wrong.
According to the police report, Kumail's sister drives 17 hours from Texas, pretty much as a desperate intervention. Her sister's not returning phone calls. They can't get in contact with David.
Thought she'd drive there to pick up
So
the
she
car.
takes it upon herself to drive 17 hours from Texas and show up in Apple Valley.
Thought they went there to pick
She
up
gets
the
to the
car.
door, rings the doorbell, and Kumail is home. And who appears in the door? It's David, who ends up telling her, "No, you can't see your sister." She never does.
She came in late October? That's insane. Why wouldn't you let her in the house?
I mean, what possible motivation, what possible reason could you have to explain that?
The only reason is if Kamel didn't want to see her sister, which to me is hard to believe too. That's hard to believe. But we don't know. Oh, now we're back to the wall.
Third plot twist. The third act twist.
Oh, the third plot twist.
There has to be a
Oh
little bit
god,
of
this
willingness
guy's...
to be killed at the end. She's basically becoming a martyr.
18 minutes left, thank god.
Or just by taking out a gun, or just by letting him do it. But when she dies, he lets her go.
Yes, David wouldn't let
Spiritually
Kamel's sister in the
understanding
house.
that she got out, and that he will too.
I remember saying to her in her office one day, "Kamel, I feel like I'm speaking to David, not you. I want to speak to Kamel." And her response was, why? Do you think I'm not intelligent enough to come up with these things?
October 30th, 2014, there was a journal entry. It said, Kamel got raptured today. Period. She's still here.
How's that possible? You're either raptured or you're not.
It was hard to hear when I first listened because there's some background noise in the room. I didn't realize there was anything out here. What is it?
I just told you. I'm so
You sound scared.
What is it? You see that? You decided. What happens there? Don't you want? Of course.
I thought you were too. I thought I cried. I want you to come with me. Come with you. There's nothing left here.
There's another recording here.
They should have added the
David, right after
dialogue to
this
that.
vision happened of going into a room and trying to explain right away.
Did you lose
what
me?
Kamel had said and that's here too.
1:48 p.m. 30 October.
Looks like I'm still here.
2014. I was just getting back from Home Depot with a bunch of wood to build the compost.
Jesse Gal said we lost Greg.
And something should be on shake and weep and howl. As if like someone had died. And she sat down. She said, "This is what rapture is."
That doesn't mean she was raptured.
Can I just lay here and
Yeah. Do you want? I was just trying to remember everything. If you want to contribute, you can help me remember.
Okay.
You said you've come very far to find me, and Ronnie and I need to come with you. And there's not much time. Time is not of our world. And on some level, your soul has committed to mine, and we're gonna go somewhere. And Ronnie's coming with.
I was kind of skeptical, trying to make sure the source from whence it came was real. I don't know.
Yeah, she's hearing
My
visions.
skeptical side right now, my scientific side, my brain's questioning where it came from. It's like, oh, is it something to confuse us? Am I crazy?
Well, it sounds like a demon to me.
Sid and Nancy. I think what happened was Sid and Nancy. I don't mean this to speak ill of Kamel, rest her soul. I don't mean this to speak ill of David, rest his soul, and their daughter. But something was planned.
Planned? How does that show something was
I think
planned?
Kamel was in a hopeless situation and was just pretty much isolated with him. No friends, no family. And I think that she was hopeless.
There's clearly...
The last time I was at his house, I went and brought him some lenses back.
It's like they think there's a presence. Kamel thinks there's some type of a presence there. Why are they not... Why aren't they focused on that?
2014, a journal entry. The world is an inverse perversion of light. We are made of it and its weakness, a flashlight in the mind of Satan. But
There
I
you
am
go.
darkness.
There you go.
I mean, hindsight's 20/20, but at the same time, when you're locked off from this person for months at a time, and they're not they literally cut himself off from everyone.
Not from everyone.
Deactivated his Facebook, wasn't answering phone calls.
Not from
wasn't doing
everyone.
anything, wasn't seeing his family.
He's talking with Chris Peck
What do you do?
his last few days. Who else
The
was he
last time I saw
chatting
him
with?
was late November.
I've been over there a few times.
Contacted
in the middle
Jason
of
Allen.
Something he's working on, and just don't talk. I'll be present a little bit. Just don't disturb. I need my time. Don't really need anybody in and out. So it's more of kind of putting up a wall. But yeah. Just emotions, man. So fuck off for a second.
Oh boy.
December 7th, 2014. The last pictures David took on his cell phone were of Kamel. She seemed happy in the pictures, and David used one of those pictures on his phone as the background.
Kamel was on edge. He was on edge. He was thin. Eyes were sunken in. I mean, and that's when I approached him. I said, you know what, David? You told me to speak up whenever I noticed you start going into your dark place again. I said, Danny's worried about you. I'm worried about you. You know, what's going on, man? And he literally looked at me and said, you and Danny have nothing to fucking worry about. I'm fine.
When Kamel met me around Thanksgiving, she looked sad. She looked uncomfortable. I didn't know what to ask her. I was just trying to keep her there. I don't want to start crying right now. I don't want to talk about that anymore.
December 19th, 2014. David and Kamel pick up their daughter, Ronnie, from their last day of school before the Christmas holidays. That was the last time they were seen by anyone that we know. Driving to his house on Christmas Eve, there was a voice in my head. I don't know if I want to talk about it.
The voice in your head too?
So when I was driving to his house on Christmas Eve, I had a feeling like that I needed to go to his house and just tell him that I loved him. And by the time I got close enough, I had talked myself out of it, and I said I'll just stop by another time.
2 days, 3 days, 4 days later.
Yeah, I wonder.
You stopped by 4 days later.
December 25th, 2014. David's up early in the morning as usual and was planning his gray state future.
Still planning.
And he writes, Christmas. 6-day countdown. Meme. It will be a new year. And he proceeded to make a plan for every day until the new year.
Plan for
They
the
also
future.
made a plan that went way beyond that. Later that morning, David kills his family and himself.
How do you know? Based on what? Based on what? I think you added that last part.
An idea going throughout, like, how can life keep emerging? How can it keep cropping up in new forms, especially with the way things are? But life has that sort of that nature of resilience and persistence, always popping up, even in the worst circumstances, and it's through that changes are inevitable.
I got a call from my dad, and he asked if I was sitting down. He says, David. And then I was like, oh. And then he goes, Kamel. And I was like, oh. And Ronnie.
Pretty much.
And
It's based on be quiet. Yeah.
I've never been stabbed, but it felt like something was going into my stomach with each name. And I couldn't
Yeah, it's hard to
breathe. And I just thought, this is like scripted almost.
Apple Valley Police recently closed their exhaustive year-long investigation.
Exhaustive?
And for the first time, are sharing their findings
Yeah,
with
right.
the Fox 9 investigators.
It looks like David
snap took the lives of his
It
wife,
looks like it.
daughter,
Based on what,
and then
buddy?
ultimately himself.
Nothing.
Who wrote Allah Akbar on the wall?
Ask him about where's the evidence David did it.
In her blood.
Yes.
Why did he do that?
We believe. La la la.
Kind of
Ba
a
ba
party
ba.
shot.
Based on what, buddy? Who is we?
David Crowley seemed like he was very specific in how he wanted to be perceived.
Hey,
to
just
the outside
brushed
world.
right over the death, don't they? Wow. Right over the allegations.
It was almost like David gave us this plot twist at the end.
Almost.
Of Allah Akbar. Yeah, this plot twist that wasn't going to have any resolution, but that people would continue talking about.
No resolution because you guys can't prove it.
Walks into a house and sees Allah Akbar written on a wall and goes, "Oh yeah, David Crowley, someone who is not a Muslim, all of a sudden now he's writing it, and that somehow proves."
Why do they always forget the grade from the junior in my name? I don't get that.
Allah Akbar in his wife's blood on the wall and leave the Quran open. He never brought up that issue once.
If he did, how do they prove it? Or they just walk in and say, "Oh yeah, oh well, obviously David wrote it. He's only got one hand, but hey, must be him."
To me, it was. My thinking is that it was throwing out the change of
the bullet hole
pressure
in the living room that I'm gonna forget.
delivering this movie, pressure from people.
You're
telling me
reaching,
he had to
reaching,
make this movie.
stretching.
Pressure as a man who has to provide for his family,
Da da da. I have no proof, but I'll just say he's guilty.
emancipating himself from all of it.
Yeah, he's guilty. That's it. I'll go back to the
David
New
planned
Yorker.
ahead. David was 10 steps ahead.
I thought he
12 steps
snapped.
ahead.
I thought he snapped.
And
Now he's
his
planning
military
ahead
training, if it taught me the same thing, I guarantee it taught him the same thing.
to kill your wife and daughter.
Courses of action for every event that
Please.
occurs.
Please. Okay. Still no evidence. Yay! One day he just kills his family. Okay.
I don't think you're missing anything. I mean,
You're missing
with
everything.
a good, solid timeline for everything. You're
No, there
interviewing
is
all of us.
not. There's a whole month where nobody knows what happened. There's no good, solid
You're
anything.
never gonna know why.
You're never gonna know if, buddy.
Danny, everybody, family, nobody's gonna know why.
And you're not gonna know if.
That's the only thing that you're not gonna have there.
No, that's not. It's not. Come on.
And this is the strange thing. It's almost like he created a soundtrack.
If you know the if, you'll know the why. The reason they don't know the why is because they don't know the if. Nice
This
friend.
music probably played
Really good
for
friends.
hours, maybe days after they were dead. Was he imagining these 53 songs?
Was he this? Was he that? Was he
The songs that
guilty?
he would play while he's committing a
Was
murder
there
suicide?
any evidence David Crowley
It's hard to
is
know.
guilty?
I mean, this was on a
No,
loop.
it's hard to know, man.
Who plans a soundtrack for the murder of their family?
Who accuses somebody of being guilty without evidence?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I don't know.
Yeah, I know you don't know. You don't know shit.
Creeping around the bend, nothing ruminates and lines me live with them. Like a black sunrise,
There is no proof that David killed his wife and daughter and then killed himself. But we'll just act like he did because we don't want to look at any of the evidence. He must be guilty because they said so, and that's all you need to know. And accuse your friends of being guilty. There's the wall painted white that they hid for a month from the family.
Ready? Oh, for you need to encourage me. What? Need a free bite? A free one? You can't even have it.
1 minute.
1 minute?
Mm-hmm.
Summer shows to your graduation, you'll see.
You like the dog more than most people. Well, except for his family. You probably like the dog more than every person.
I told you, buddy. I told you.
Yeah, this is cute. I want the dog now. Back.
I already had him. Yeah, emotion. Oh, roll credits. Okay, I will be right back. I just need to go to the restroom for 1 second. Wow. All right, I'm back. I would like to know what everybody else thinks. Okay, I'll look at that right now. Emotion. Yeah, it's all about emotion. I'm just gonna check a few things. Yes. I have to check something. I'm just saying yes. Okay, so I'm really curious to hear what people think. Sorry, I had to step out. I just had to go to the restroom. So, I guess my first thoughts are, everything that they left out, everything that they put in did seem very calculated. That's just my first thought. I don't think it's really something that will need to be seen a couple times, but I'm just gonna read through. I'm gonna read through some of these comments that people have been leaving here. I really do appreciate all of you joining in, and now that I've watched this documentary, I do really believe, like, okay, well, it doesn't answer the one question I think everybody came here for, right? The one question we all came here for was, why did they think David Crowley is guilty? So you'll also notice that the police were not in this film. Now, they were in Tom Lydon's video, but the police were not interviewed the way that a lot of other people, including myself, were. And that is because the police did not want to be involved in this film. Eric Nelson's team did reach out to the Apple Valley Police, and they declined to be a part of this documentary. So you have to understand why. You have to wonder why. The Alam family was supposed to be in the documentary, and I believe that they were going to discuss more of the spiritual presence that was in the Crowley's house, and for whatever reason, they pulled out of this movie too. So you have to wonder those few things. There's nothing in there that really leads me to believe that there's any pack theory or anything like that. I was also looking for that too. The most intriguing thing, and the thing that I think is highly possible, is the demonic presence. And maybe that's my bias because I am a Christian, and because I do believe that you can invite evil spirits in, and without Jesus Christ, those evil spirits can cause you to do harm to others or can harm you too. And that's just my personal view on it. So I'm not sure how everybody else feels, but please try to leave some comments right now, and I'm going to try to address you. I wish we could have a real back and forth where we're really talking, but since we do have these comments in here, I'd like to really get some of your feedback on this. What did you think? What did you feel when you were watching this? And how many times have you watched this? Because I don't really feel like this is something that I need to watch for a second time. And at the same time, I don't really feel like if anybody is really researching the David Crowley case, I think, yes, they should at least watch this once. But there's really nothing in there that is groundbreaking. There's really nothing in there that we haven't already heard. It's a lot of public stuff. So let's just go through some of these things. I like to think they fake their deaths and are watching us, watching Greg, watching them. That's a Inception type thing or something, right? When I spoke to Sidra, Kamel's sister, she kind of thought the same thing. She was upset that people were saying that the Crowleys faked their death. And come on, put yourself in her shoes, and you can definitely understand that. And she was like, I would love to think that they had faked their death. At the same time, Sidra, from when I had email exchanges with her, she was also not convinced of any pack theory. She did not believe that Kamel was involved. I do wonder if that's why, or maybe partially why, the Alam family did not want to be part of this film after first agreeing to be part of this film. What did they see? How did they look at this movie and say, we don't want to be a part of that? Now, I would say that, I don't believe, as far as I know, I don't believe that people are attacking the family or going after the family. But if there are people that are doing that or accusing the family or going after them or anything like that, of course that's wrong, and of course we should stand up to that, and we should definitely try to do our best to make people not do that. They should not be going after this family. They should not be trying to bother this family that doesn't want to be bothered. That's one of the main reasons why I hadn't contacted a lot of people in the beginning. That was the reason why I did not contact Sean Wright. And unfortunately, he chose to contact me, which was fine. But to me, that opened up a dialogue that I felt like then I was free to ask any questions that I want. Mason Hendricks, same thing. Danny Mason, same thing. Sidra, same thing. When they contacted me, I don't know why they contacted me, but when they did, I felt like this was my chance to really ask them questions. One of the only people that I really reached out to contact was Detective Gummer, because I was not interested so much in what the family thought and what the family had to say. I wanted to hear what the police said. I wanted to hear why they thought David Crowley was guilty. And it was wall. We talk about David's wall. It was wall after wall after wall after wall. Nobody was talking about it, but they all claimed that they had the answers. They all claimed that they knew what happened, but they couldn't share it with us. Come on. Of course you can. Of course you can. If you really care, if you really care about truth, you would share it with people. You would put all the speculation to rest, and you would allow everybody, including myself and everyone else, to move on, because now we have the truth. The problem is, I don't believe they have the truth. I don't believe any of them know what really happened. So for them to try to speculate and try to pressure other people into believing what they want to believe, I think that's totally wrong. Totally wrong. Let me go back. I need to go back a little bit here. This makes him look like the movie was autobiographical. Yeah, the movie was not autobiographical. We have to remember all of David's footage, all of that stuff was, all of that ended. Now, this written journal, it sounds like from what Dan Crowley Sr. says, this written journal ended on December 25th. At the same time, he also says, and then David killed his family. It's like, okay, man, okay, that's your son. That is your son. So to just say he killed his family, and we just drop it, like, we just leave it at that. Really? Come on. Come on. There's got to be more to it. Why would you not want to share the evidence that shows David Crowley is guilty? The only reason I can think of is because certain people do want to move forward with the Gray State Project, which in of itself does not make sense when you talk about moving forward with the project of a guy that killed his wife, killed his daughter, and then killed himself. Anyone who really thought that this movie was going to move forward after that, I don't know. There's something very, very strange about that. Let's see. I think they are just not from the. Oh, sorry. I'm reading. There's some conversations going on in the comments. There is a theory out there that he faked his death, and his brother is really him. Yeah. There's many theories. There's the government theory. There's the clone theory. There's a time travel theory. There was actually somebody in those early days who was part of the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group that was talking about a time travel theory and a numerology theory. And we let that theory, or Dan let that theory play out there, and rightfully so, because then people could say, okay, well, you think there's some time travel here involved, you think they're this or that, well, okay, then prove it. And it's the same thing we put to the cops who also claim that David Crowley was guilty. Well, if you think that, you should be able to prove that. If you can't prove it, then this case should not be closed. This case should be open. It should be a cold case. It should just be, you know what, we don't know what happened here. Okay, we walked in, there's Allah Akbar here. Most of their hands were missing. But there's no signed written note. There was an open door, and we don't know what happened. That's what they should have said. Okay? By not saying that, they've fueled, and hopefully not purposely, but by not saying that, they fueled a lot of these different theories that were then put out there so that people could purposely discredit them. That's what I think. I think a lot of these theories might have actually started from the same people who would later come out as the heroes and as the defenders of the family and say, nope, there's no government hit, there's nothing this, because that's what Eric Nelson's team, I think that's what they were looking for from Dan and myself. They wanted us to say that this was a government hit. They thought, I believe, and I could be wrong, I believe they did not do their research on us. I think they watched one or two videos. I know that the guy that interviewed me did not read the police reports and did not look at the 464 crime scene photos. So he knew nothing when he was questioning me. Nothing. He knew whatever he was told and whatever stuff he wanted to believe, but he did not know a lot about this case. All right, now I'm rambling. Let's see. I spent many hours. Just. Sorry, I'm here back a little step. Come on. Just for the record, this is from Cecil. Just for the record, most of us in the Liberty Movement signed a pact saying that we would not off ourselves. Don't leave it alone. If anything ever happens to me, please. I believe that that is a very powerful thing. And if anyone out there has any proof that David Crowley ever said that, not the Hagman and Hagman thing, because we've seen that, but that's somebody else saying what David said, that David wasn't prone to suicide. But if there's any footage, if there's anywhere that David Crowley says that I will not kill myself, that needs to come out. That needs to be put out into the public. Now we're talking about all of this footage that we have, or that the family has, and that Eric Nelson has, of David Crowley recording his life. And you're telling me not in one of those times did he ever say that I would not kill myself? I mean, it takes 5 seconds. It takes 10 seconds. It's a very, very simple thing. So I do believe that everybody should do that. Everybody should put that video out there, because you just never know. Because there are people that have been suicided. And if you don't believe that, that's a paranoia too. It's a fear tactic that you're blocking that out because you don't want to believe that that's possible. It's the same thing people have done about John F. Kennedy. They don't want to believe that he was killed as a result of a assassination, because then they would have to deal with it. They don't want to believe that 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 the government at some level, some people within our government had to have helped cover up September 11th, that some people had foreknowledge, that some people might have actually been involved in bringing those towers down and in everything that happened in September 11th. This is not paranoia. I think it's a paranoid, it's a delusional thing to not even look at that. And there's nothing wrong with looking at it and saying that you don't believe it because A, B, C, D. Or just say, you know what, I just don't want to go there. And I've had many people that just say to me, I just don't even want to go there, which is fine. But at least they're not saying, you know what, that didn't happen. So when we come and say, you know what happened with David? Is it possible that he was killed? No, that didn't happen. That's what we get many, many times over. And the sad fact is that nobody really knows what happened. So for anybody to sit there and say that they know what happened is not right, because we don't know what happened. And that includes the fact that we don't know David Crowley is guilty based on the evidence we've seen. Now you have these people who have secret knowledge, and the chosen ones and the fortunate ones who think that they were given some type of knowledge that helps prove David Crowley is guilty, but they can't share it with us. They don't. It's almost like they have the proof, but they don't want to put it out there. Well, that's even worse, because then you're holding on to some proof that might actually help bring truth to this case. Now you're hiding truth. And to me, that's worse than somebody who just doesn't want to look at it, doesn't want to believe it. To me, that's totally worse. All right. I need to backtrack. Let's see. To me, this is Mason's film. Liz says, to me, this is Mason's film. I think that he's a very suspicious character in all of this. She says that with a question mark. And there would be a lot of people who would jump on that and say, oh, well, she's saying this, or she believes this or that. It's like, we are just talking. We're at the point now where we are just talking. We're sharing ideas. We're sharing our views. And that should include the people that believe David Crowley is guilty. It really should. What I find is a lot of them are very defensive and don't even want to hear some of these other views, or they tack certain views on it. They latch on to those views because they know that they can try to disprove those views, instead of saying, okay, like what we're saying here is, where is the evidence? Where is the proof? So looks like Humpty Dumpty was trying to say the same thing. Let's see, father and brother looked very fine. I'm not sure what that means, but maybe you can elaborate on that. Maybe Greg can put up that thumbnail with his fake mugshot. Yikes. Is that the Danny Mason mugshot? I think that was for a movie. So, that was something that I posted in the group, and maybe I shouldn't have posted that without the proper context because, I mean, come on. Danny Mason is an actor. That was part of a film, and it doesn't necessarily relate to anything that we're seeing here. Some people might post photos of us and say, oh, and try to make that connection. It's kind of what this movie kind of felt like. It was just like they were reaching for conclusions that just were not there, that nobody was really buying. Unless they had already had their mind set up and were like, don't want to see anything else. He's guilty. That's it. We'll never know what happened. No one will ever know. We're just moving on. But let's keep talking about government conspiracies. Let's keep talking about all these other things. But I'm not going to talk about that one. Got it. Huge. I think this is a huge cover-up. They want us to believe. They want us to believe that. I said. Okay. They want us to believe. Erik, Spitfire Sentinels in there too. Right on. I have long suspected they used mind control on them. They were hearing voices and such. Yeah, Erik, I mean, I'm really open to that possibility. What Kamel said about the voice and them feeling some type of a presence. Sidra had, said a long time ago before she stopped, chatting with me, before she made it clear that she didn't want anything to do with this. She had mentioned something like that. She had mentioned seeing some type of a presence herself. So, I mean, we have to. I'm totally open to that, and I think there might be more of that in these videos, and I think certain people might have seen some of that satanic worship or some of that demon talk. I think they probably could have made a whole movie just off of that. So, anyways, let's see. They portray it as autobiography. Yeah, it's not an autobiography. Yeah, I don't think it is either. I think you're right on that. Let's see. If a man is going to take out his family, the dog would be put down. Yeah, and that's what happened with Philip Marshall. For whatever reason, he allegedly, if Philip Marshall was guilty, he killed his 2 kids and he shot the dog, which was not his dog. The dog that Philip Marshall shot did not live at that house. So, thought that was strange. A very small dog in that case. This dog is obviously a lot bigger. Considering all these people around David were wide awake, I found it very suspicious nobody even brought up this possibility. Erik, I think you're dead on right there. It is the hypocrisy, I believe, of them saying, well, yeah, he's guilty. They should at least understand where we're coming from. They should at least understand that we should have more proof, and that if they really cared about this case, if they really cared about getting the truth out there, then they would share those things. They would, they would give us more facts. But instead, if you really go back and look at what the Gray State team and friends of David Crowley said during those first days after the bodies were found, if you go back and look at it, it was just like, there was no doubt. They were all like, boom, he's guilty. Just that's it. And it's like, they hadn't done anything yet. What did the police know? They didn't even know. The family, the friends didn't know about a lot of the stuff that they would find out later. It's like they weren't even looking at it. They weren't even open to it. So I do find that strange. Sherry Dodge says, I seriously think they were murdered by more than one person. I think a lot of people think that. And I think a lot of people think that there's some foul play involved here. But again, it goes back to the evidence, to what proof is there of foul play being involved here. what proof is there of a cover-up? And I think everybody can answer that for themselves. I think there's a lot of stuff in there that really makes you wonder if the Crowleys were killed, and it makes you wonder if there was some type of foul play involved. Now, from my view, any type of foul play would have to, at some level, would have to involve at least the silence of the Apple Valley Police. So when you have the police captain who will do an interview with Tom Lydon but won't do an interview for Eric Nelson's movie, you have to ask yourself why. Were they instructed to keep their mouths shut? And that's what it really seems like here. I think Tom Lydon scooped Eric Nelson, and even Eric Nelson will say that. If you've listened to Eric Nelson's his videos about making this movie, and it seems like him and Lydon had some type of a deal. They were all working together, and Lydon puts this report out that is very, very groundbreaking. It's the first time that I ever heard about the blood writing was from Tom Lydon because of what Tom Lydon got. He said he got 15,000 pages of files, and we got 93 pages. Wow. Now, Detective Gummert said that if you've read, he basically said, and I'm paraphrasing here, he basically said that if we've read the 93 pages of those police reports, from my view, what he's saying is that we should understand why David Crowley is guilty. And of course, if you've read those 94 pages, if you looked at the 464 photos, you can definitely see it. It really doesn't prove anything. It actually raises a lot more questions about what police missed. And maybe that's why the Apple Valley Police didn't want to be a part of this documentary, because they missed so many things. All right, let's see. Just a Gal says, what about Kamel? Could she have done it? She was resentful. She was the Muslim. Hands were missing. She looked anorexic. At the end, well, the problem with the theory if Kamel did it is that she was shot twice, so she was double tapped. It's hard to believe that somebody is going to double tap themselves unless they're Gary Webb or something like that. It's hard to believe they're going to double tap themselves. But it's valid questions, and I think what we have is there are a lot of people out there, a lot of cyber bullies who, if you even raise those questions, if you even go there, they come after you. There's something wrong with you. It's just a person asking a question. So they need to just chill out and just, it's okay to ask the questions, and then it's okay to give a respectful answer, even if you disagree with it. That's okay. A lot of people need to be more open-minded about it. She was anorexic and she was having these paranoid delusions. So why not her? Yeah, and it's just because she was shot twice in the back of the head. It's hard to believe that. Now, there was, I do believe that they said that the daughter's blood and flesh were not found on the mom, leading people like Mason Hendricks to think that they were shot at two separate times, which raises even more questions. Makes the story even stranger and sadder, because if the daughter witnessed the mom dying, or if the mom witnessed the daughter dying, that is really sad. That in and of itself does not prove that it was David Crowley that did it. So again, we're back to the same point A. They want to get us to point C. The guy Corey Zorowski, I believe, and what's the other guy's name? Alec Wilkinson from the New Yorker, they kind of always threw it back at us like, well, what do you think happened? It's like, well, what do we think happened? Nobody's telling us anything. They won't give us any information to prove that David Crowley is guilty, but they'll just leave that door open to try to discredit us, to try to trip us up. And so it's just all games. It's all smoke and mirrors. It's not truth. It's really not. Let's see. There is questions of being the Crowleys being targeted. TIs. I have heard that. Definitely something worth looking into. If they were TIs, targeted individuals, then it does raise a lot more a lot more questions. Let's see. So we had done it before he died. He prompted it. There was mention of infiltration. Yeah, have seen some of that where David was distancing himself, and I'm surprised that they didn't use those quotes where David was distancing himself. They were very mild about that portion of it, and I do wonder why. Because hey, if he was distancing himself, what would that mean? They never mention mind control one time. Yeah, they're not going to mention mind control. They of course they're going to mention the theory that the government killed him, because everybody's going to roll their eyes and be like, "Oh, here we go again. The government killed him. Government killed all these people." Blah blah blah. So that's definitely one of their talking points that they like to use to convince people to not even look at this case. Okay, the people believe what the TV tell them. Michaela Heathfield. Yeah, and unfortunately, I wouldn't say all of the people believe what the TV tells them, but I do think that that some do. I think a lot of people are smarter. I think human beings don't get enough credit for how intelligent we really are, and how humble we can really be, and how open we can be to thinking one thing today and tomorrow being shown evidence and saying I was wrong. I was hoping this movie was going to do that for me. I was really hoping that's what was going to happen. I was hoping that Erik Nelson was going to be that person that was really going to help us understand why David Crowley was guilty. I think if that was his intention, I don't think it was. If it was his intention, then he definitely failed. So then, if that wasn't his intention, then I have to ask myself, what was his intention? To just spread more disinformation, to just kind of muddy the waters, or was it just to get people thinking? Was it to get people thinking about, ooh, maybe there's more here? The fact that Erik Nelson never challenged anybody on why they believe David Crowley was guilty is very upsetting, and it does raise red flags. It really does, because that's what he should have done. They tried to challenge us about why he wasn't guilty. It should be fair play to say, well, okay, then let's look at the people that think he is guilty, and why do you think he's guilty? I didn't see that a lot. So let's go here. If they thought this was going to quiet people down, it actually just opened up Pandora's box. Just a Girl is definitely right. I really believe that is true. It just opened up more people's box. Humpty Dumpty retracted a couple messages. I'm sorry about that. I hope it wasn't anything personal. So, Humpty Dumpty, consider if you meant to say something that didn't come out right, come on and say it. We're all just chatting here. Okay, yeah, we'll just focus on questions. Okay, you're right. Let's see. Trump the Kosher Pumpkin. RFB was going to do a live stream today on the Netflix Gray State propaganda documentary, and the power was cut out in the area. He lives in Boston. Yeah, I saw that. I was really gonna listen. I was gonna sneak away for a couple minutes so I could listen to what they were gonna say. Trump, do you know if they're going to do that? If they're going to do that in the future? I would love to. I'd love to know if they're going to go ahead and talk about that in the future. I'd love to do something like this, a live stream, maybe like a conference call, like we've done with other people. Do a conference call with RFB, Robert from Boston, I believe it is. Robert from Boston has put out a couple new videos, and I think the title was a bit misleading, blaming Netflix. I don't think it's fair to blame Netflix. I mean, we've seen this stuff on Netflix, right? That would fit right in with a lot of their fictional stuff. So maybe Netflix should have put it under their fiction section. I could see that. But besides that, yeah, you can't. I don't blame Netflix, and maybe he doesn't either. Maybe that was just his title, his catchy title of it. Let's see. Yeah, voice to text is not the best, but thanks for trying. I really appreciate you commenting on that. Corey Carlson, this movie made me think there really is something strange going on. It was a complete hit piece. A lot of people have said that it's a hit piece. I hear that a lot. And if people could elaborate a little bit more on why they think it is a hit piece, I would love to hear those comments and try to challenge some of them. It's hard. It's really hard for me to really try to give Erik Nelson and try to give these people the benefit of the doubt when they've been so secretive and they played so many stupid games that didn't need to be played, done so many stupid things that didn't need to be played. For anybody that doesn't know, when Erik Nelson's team was inside Dan Hennon's house, somebody pooped in the upper portion of Dan Hennon's toilet, so that when Dan Hennon flushed his toilet, you would see, how water runs out when you flush a toilet, poop would run out. That is disgusting. It's called an upper decker, I think it is. I mean, this is just childish behavior. We have Judy Prochnow saying that Chris Peck, who was the lighting guy or the sound guy inside of Dan Hennon's house, while they were interviewing Dan Hennon, Chris Peck is in this house and doesn't introduce himself, doesn't try to have a good conversation with Dan Hennon and question him about some of the things that maybe he disagrees with Dan Hennon on. But from what Judy Prochnow said, that Chris Peck wanted to reach out and choke Dan Hennon, wanted to cause physical harm to Dan Hennon's house. These are the type of games that these people play, and that's why they fail, because they're not about truth, they're not honest, they're not open. It's all games, and that is the opposite of what the Gray State fans wanted to see from the Gray State team. That's why they are the Gray Shame. They are ashamed. They're shameful because of their actions, and the actions speak louder. And they can call us shameful because we're sitting here asking questions and because we don't agree with the official story. But I would say that anyone who is not searching for truth and anyone who is not able to provide truth and is just spitting out speculation is very shameful. All right, let's see. Let's see here. Rebecca Silva, the suicide note I found that it states open the rise most latest version. The father said that he found the digital recording in a file of Gray State at the end. Interesting. A digital recording of David saying something about open the rise? You'll have to elaborate a little bit on that, Rebecca. Could David have been giving hints? Okay, Trump says the occult are Crowley worshippers, just like Anton Yeltsin, the actor, crushed by his own car. These MFers don't care. Speaking of the cult stuff, I'm still trying to understand why inside David Crowley's house there was a Bohemian Grove statue. It's still one of the most oddest things, and I asked Mason Hendricks why that was there, and he basically broke it down to say that it's because he dabbled in the cult, which to me would make sense of why there was an evil presence, some demon or something like that in there. So, but again, it's just speculation. So I don't pass it off as fact. I can't say, oh, there were definitely demons in there. Now, it's hard. That's going to be almost impossible to prove. If there was some demon that was involved in these murders, that's going to be one of the things almost impossible to prove. And unfortunately, that would be one of the reasons why the police would cover it up, because they don't want to go there. Because then you're talking about real life stuff, and they don't want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about demon possession, anything like that. I mean, who is talking about that? I mean, a lot of churches don't talk about that. Thankfully, my church does. I think they should, because that stuff is real. Why are there so many Catholics talking about it? You know, what are they doing to attract these things, or to, that's a whole nother issue there. Okay, let's focus on the questions, like Humpty Dumpty said. He's right. He's working on exposing the cover-up. It is a hit piece, Cecil says. No one ever shows his good side. Okay. It's, the upper decker in your home. Yeah, the upper, Dan Hennon is saying the upper decker in his home. And you have to remember, Dan Hennon, for whatever reason, did not tell me this. I wish he would have told me this sooner, because when he told me this, I was really pissed off. And I did contact the guy who was in my house and interviewed me, and I asked him about this. Well, I didn't know about the upper decker thing. I asked him about Chris Peck, why they would allow Chris Peck to be inside Dan Hennon's house and not tell him. And if you think that, you know, it's some great thing that, oh, Chris Peck was there and you guys are supposed to be great investigators and you couldn't even do that, we weren't trying to investigate that. We weren't trying to look into those things. We were trying to be open and honest, and I think we did a damn good job. I think we did a really good job at that. We let you into our houses. You did what you did, and you cut out most of our stuff, which is fine. I know a lot of other people got cut out too. That's fine, because it should not be about us. The story was not about us. So I was a little, I did find it a little strange that it kind of started out with all of these, with our, you know, bringing this up, and then it just kind of died there, and they left out so much stuff. So for anyone that doesn't know, what you saw between me and Dan Hennon, that was a live broadcast. I believe it was about 2 hours. So if you haven't seen that, it's on Dan Hennon's YouTube page, on his YouTube channel. I would hope that everybody would go and watch that and see it in the proper context. Unfortunately, you can't see our separate interviews in the proper context, but Erik Nelson does have it. He does own it. We didn't get paid for it. So if anyone did get paid for it, I would love to know who got paid for it. Who's making money off of this movie? I'd be very curious to know that. I could throw out a couple guesses, but I won't. Okay, Trump says, should have never went on Alex Massad Jones' show. When I heard what happened, I knew that show was involved somehow. So sad. The truth will be exposed on this clear setup. I think Trump, this really helped me. This really helped me kind of distance myself from a lot of the people that I thought were in the liberty movement or were in the truth movement, or whatever you want to call it. There's really no name. It's just a bunch of people. There's good people, there's bad people in it. There's people who really care about truth, and there's people who don't, and you will know them by their actions. So I think for me, that was some things that I was praying for, because I wanted God to show me, was Alex Jones real? Because I had Alex Jones bumper stickers on my car. I was a huge Alex Jones fan, and this did really change my mind, because he was not talking about that, because he was not sticking up for David Crowley or for just, you know, and really when I watched the documentary, it really made me see Alex Jones didn't know that much about David Crowley either. And of course, you know, he's covering all these other stuff too. But 2012 was a very interesting year. The infiltration, in my view, okay, based on nothing, the infiltration was very, very high. There was something really weird happening. You can look at the videos for the Bohemian Grove 2012. Just Google that, and you'll see some strange things that happened there too. And to me, what happened at Bohemian Grove 2012 was a precursor to a lot of this anti-Trump stuff that we see now. Regardless of your view on Trump and on all of that, it looks very similar. The Antifa stuff, the Black Lives Matter, all of that, the violence when you hear these people that claim to be liberty lovers and freedom fighters, and they're talking about violence, and they're creating guillotines to chop off people's heads. I mean, this is just bizarre stuff, really strange, and totally counterproductive to what truth is. Instead of a revolution, I would be more in favor of a restoration, because I know what a revolution is going to bring. Revolution is going to bring something much worse. It always does. It always does, in my view. Okay, so we have Dan Hannon is also saying that and remember, Dan Hannon is not accusing anybody of stealing anything, but these are just facts. This is what happened. His wife's portable Blu-ray player went missing after he allowed these people into his house. Thankfully, I only allowed these people into my backyard. There were eyes on them the whole time, and I'm very grateful, very happy that was done. So I took all the precautions that were necessary, and I'm glad that I did. Let's see. Can links be linked here? I think so. Yeah, it won't let you. It might not let you in the live chat, but it should let you in the comment section. So maybe after this video is posted, it should let you post any links. If it's giving you some spam warning or something like that, then maybe I can check that out later. Or you can send me those links, and I'll try to add them into the description section later on. You can send them to gregfernandezii@gmail.com, and I'll try, as long as they're not really spam or anything. If they're relevant to what we're talking here, I'll post them in the description of this video. But once it's posted, I've seen other people post comments, post links as comments on my videos, so that shouldn't be a problem. I'm not sure why you can't do it now. You should be able to. I'll have to look into that. Okay, Trump is saying no. So was this to steal David's intellectual property? Liz, I mean, I find that, just my view, Liz, I find that hard to believe. I find that hard to believe only because, like, it really, if they're going to say, I mean, if they were saying David was innocent, and then they're going to make the Gray State movie, I would say, yeah, okay. But they're saying David's guilty and still trying to make the movie, some of them. But so I don't know. I mean, maybe it's the intellectual property. I really don't know how all of that works. I know it's a good question, and it's been brought up. And a lot of people who believe that David Crowley is guilty, that's one of the things that really pushes their buttons. When you look at some of these simple questions that push their buttons, it's like, what are you talking about? You know, we're just asking questions here, very simple questions. All right, I'll try to go another 20 minutes or so. I've been really sick today, but I really wanted to make sure that I did this today because I don't know when I'll have time to do this again. So Liz is talking about the links, that you can't post the links, but you can do the .com. Yeah, you can do that, but and I can search for it later. But probably easier to just post them after I post this live stream. So Michaela, I hope I'm saying your name right. It's really easy to open a door to demons. I watch a lot of docs about that. Yeah, I've seen a lot of docs about that, and I believe that the Bible is true. So I definitely also think that you can allow demons in there, and if you're not protected by God, those demons can do a lot of damage. But even then, through Him, you can overcome those things, but you can't overcome them by yourself, in my view. Okay, Corey saying, can you give us a breakdown of the players in this case? I'm under the impression that there are two sides, the official side and us, who think something more is going on. What am I missing? I think there's many different sides. I think there's probably more people who just don't know what happened and are still in that spot where they're just researching this to find out what the evidence is either way, or to hear different people's views. So I think it's really hard to give a breakdown of the players in in this case, because I don't know who the players are. I don't want to speculate necessarily on who these players are, if there are any players in this. I think in Eric Nelson's film, you see a lot of people who were involved with the Gray State Project, and a lot of those same people are the ones who were very forceful with going with the officials' theory. They wanted to control this case from the very start, which is very, very weird to me why they would want to control it, because you cannot control truth. You can try to control lies, you can try to control that, but I don't believe that really works. So sorry, Corey, sorry I couldn't answer that question, but I just think that there are way more sides to this, and even between the people who believe the official theory, there's so many different sides and so many different things, but they all come to the same conclusion, that David Crowley is guilty. So you can look at Mitch Heil, who will say David Crowley was not on PTSD, but still believes David Crowley is guilty. You can look at Mason Hendricks, who believes that there was not a pack theory, but still believes David Crowley is guilty. Sean Wright, who believes there was a pack theory, and believes David Crowley is guilty. So even amongst them, amongst the internal fighting that they're all having with their YouTube channels and making money and stuff like that, they all have different views on it, but they all come to the same conclusion, that David Crowley is guilty. They just have different reasons. Okay, the video footage part in the movie showing the little girl was very disturbing in the dark. I felt bad for the child. Yeah, I felt bad for the child too. So let's see. I'm in San Francisco. So sometimes they tend to be domineering, and their family respect them and look up to them and do not question anything they say. Okay. Yeah, that's possible. Yeah, and you have I think Adam, I forget what his last name is. I want to say Rumbauer, but it's Sam Bauer or something like that. But he was saying, he called them Crowleyites, as if David Crowley was their leader. Well, that's not a good way to treat your leader, someone who was a leader. Maybe there were people looking for a leader. I don't necessarily know that David Crowley was looking to be their leader, which might be delusional if they thought that David Crowley was their leader and he's not trying to be their leader. They might have had their own mental issues too in that case. So controlled oppositions on both sides for sure. Yeah, I mean, you can't discount that there's a lot of people out there who do what looks like counterintelligence, and they're just putting out false stories, putting out false theories, and then probably running back to the family and say, look at all these crazy people, they're coming up with all these theories. We're going to help you, we're going to stand by you, we're going to stand up for you, we're going to show these people that they're wrong and the government didn't do this and all this stuff. They're playing the victim and playing the hero at the same time, when in reality they're probably neither. Hegelian dialectic, yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. Let's see, that can be a very dangerous situation, especially when they isolate themselves. So this couple with codependence with Kamel, CLD, have led to a dark place. Yeah, isolating yourself, and it's clear David did this. He did this. This was the first time that I heard that he told his friends that if he does go back, maybe not the first time, maybe one of the first times that I heard that David said that if he does go to that dark place, he wants his friends to reel him back in. It sounds like Adam did that. So he reeled him back in, but yet then David still goes and commits these murders. Okay. If you say so. Trump the kosher pumpkin says the production quality was amazing. Yeah, you have to give them that. I mean, they spent a lot of money on it. It damn well better be. If you've seen the trailer, oh, you're talking about the trailer footage. Yeah, the trailer footage. Yeah, the quality production of the trailer footage would probably be the only thing that I actually liked. they would have done with the movement and why they silenced him. The thing about Gray State is I don't believe, and I know Alex Jones told David Crowley this. He didn't need a $30 million budget or anything like that. Now, obviously, he did need money. He did need funding for it. So, I'm not a big fan of the GoFundMe, the Go Fund Yourself, what I call it, Go Fund Yourself, and all that stuff. But some people do it, and if it works for them, then great. For me, money, you got to have your own money, your own funds coming in. You got to have a job. You got to have your own thing, or else you get put in a situation where you can be compromised, and you don't want to ever be in that spot where you have to do something to make money, something that you don't really want to do. I'd rather have very little money and be happy and enjoy life than have a lot of money and not be able to enjoy anything because it's not really what I want. It's not really what I want to do. So that's just my view on it. Let's see. What about the clip? Rebecca is asking, what about the clip of the little girl in the basement? I found that disturbing. She looked scared and even startled. The clip of the girl in the basement really made me think that there was something, some type of presence there talking with her. It's hard to believe that it was just this girl, unless Kamel was down there or the dog was down there or something. It did that footage, and I've been told about that footage. So there was a lot of stuff that I've been told about that I was expecting to see, and that was one of the more stranger things. Was I felt like she was talking to somebody, like there was something else down there, something else with her, and of course that's just a complete guess. The stuff where they're talking about death and a baby dying and all that stuff, I just think that was just bad taste. I think David and Camille, I don't know why they would talk with their daughter about stuff like that. But again, we don't see the proper context of it, so it's hard to judge that. All right, almost done here. Let's kind of wrap this up. I really appreciate everybody coming out. We'll have to do this a second time, not with this movie or anything, but I would love to do a free conference call thing where we can all chat, we can all talk, and just talk about this, and do it in a respectful way, not where we're yelling at each other, cussing each other, trying to convince each other that we're right. I do think a lot of good questions, a lot of good points have been brought up, and that's why I do like talking with people about this. A lot of people have brought things to me that I did not see in the photos. If you haven't seen the crime scene photos, please do, because you might see something in there that I totally missed, and that's fine. I'm just looking for whatever the truth is. Black Cube operation from a former Secret Service. Yeah, I would look at, one thing I would like to know is if David was around anybody who was involved in the intelligence circles, the military intelligence or counterintelligence or any type of intelligent service. Was he, what was his views on secret societies? On his list of things that he was investigating, you'll notice the Freemasons were not there. They were not on that list unless I missed it. So it's also what he was researching and what he wasn't. Things he had crossed out and things that he hadn't had crossed out. I'm not sure if Sandy Hook was crossed out, but I know World Trade Center 7 was. So he had definitely looked at World Trade Center 7. I don't hear a lot about David's view on 911, and with him being a soldier, I was hoping to hear more on that view. He just talks about the war that happened after, not too much on how 9/11 put us into the war in Afghanistan and in Iraq. So I was hoping he would talk more about that. Let's see. The Weinstein case is another weird one. We're seeing all these weird things, people coming out. It's not abnormal for children to have imaginary friends. Normal children who grow up to be normal adults. Yeah, sure. I can agree with that. I can agree that, it's not abnormal for children to have imaginary friends. I'm not a parent, so I don't know what that's like. I don't really know anybody who has had an imaginary friend, so I can't relate to that. To me, it just seems strange, but maybe that's because I've never had any experience with it. All right, everybody. Thank you so much. I really appreciate everybody coming here. Road Warrior Radio. Thank you for joining us, Chris Hinckley. Maybe we can work out a show, work out a podcast, or some way that we can just kind of go over some of the things that the documentary should have covered that I was hoping that it would have covered. So you can message me. You can find me on Facebook, generally at the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group. There is a Justice for David Crowley of Gray State Facebook page. So we're not hard to find. My deep debate, I will debate anybody who thinks that David Crowley is guilty. I put that out there. Three people have accepted my challenge. Only one actually showed up. So I do declare myself 3-0 right now. But I'm going to set a date to debate Danny Mason, and we'll see if he actually shows up. I'm going to give him time because he was nice, because he was respectful towards me. I'm going to give him plenty of time to join or to reschedule. I did not give Sean Wright that chance because of some of the games that he played and because a lot of things that he said. Very stupid things to say on record, you know. So that's why I'm pretty much done with that. Done with Sean Wright. I felt like with Judy Prochnow, I felt like it started out as a debate and ended up as a very nice talk. We agreed to disagree. We didn't yell at each other. We didn't cuss at each other. We disagreed from the very start. I felt Judy was overall a nice person, a sincere person. I just felt that her information was secondhand and thirdhand information. That the only firsthand information that she had, the only credible information she had, was what she saw on that day. That's it. And there's no way that she could look through that window. I don't believe that there's any way you could look through that window and think that David Crowley did this when you just see 3 bodies on the ground. But go back and listen to the 911 call that Judy Prochnow made. You can find that on Dan Hennon's website, theuglytruth.com. He's got a whole section on that has the actual documents of Judy Prochnow's 911 call and Colin Prochnow's 911 call. Everybody should read that because right away she's also saying that it looks like a double murder suicide, something like that. I'll have to go back and check that just to make sure that that's accurate. But if you have time, go ahead and look at that. Look at all of the documents out there. And once you've done that, then come to your own conclusion or don't. And I've chosen to not come to a conclusion at this point. I'm still open to all possibilities. Thanks, everybody. Really appreciate you. And we'll do this again. Reach out to me. You know where to find me. I'm generally on that Facebook. So shutting this down. You can get the police report. It's in my article, The Gray Stage #2. Which is, I think it's titled Crime Scene Photos. If you look on my YouTube channel, there on most of my Gray Stage videos, there is a link, and it has the link to all of the 9 articles that I've done so far. There are more to come. We have a direct Dropbox link to the crime scene photos and to the police report, so you can reach out to me for that. You can also find that on Dan Hennon's website too. There's a whole section that just has all of those documents that the police, that he was able to get from the cops. So please go check all that out. We'll talk again. God bless you all. Let's see. Let me just answer this one last question from Road Warrior Radio, since I think he just joined us. Do you have a select set of sources you direct folks to at this point? After nearly 3 years of research you've done, I'd be glad to point folks to it tomorrow's broadcast. I would say go to my website, gregfernandezjr.com. One of the tabs is a Gray State tab, and if you click on it, it has all of the articles. There's one, I think is the Gray Stage number 7 or number 8, and it just has the research documents, or you can also find them on Dan Hannon's website, the Ugly Truth, not the Ugly Truth, just put in uglytruth.info, uglytruth.info, and you can access all of those documents. I think that's where people should start with the actual documents, start with the police report, start with the crime scene photos. Start there. Don't start with me. Don't start with what anybody else thinks. Start with those, and then come back and tell me if you see the evidence that David Crowley is guilty. Thank you, guys. Dan Hannon, Dan Hannon. So it's uglytruth.info. Hope that helps. Thanks, everybody. I gotta shut this down. See you later.
Yeah, I didn't get it. I mean, we told them everything. We told them all about, everything that the cops got wrong, all of the questionable things. They were like, oh yeah, they made it seem like they were right on board and right in line with it. Like, wow, yeah, okay. And then just nothing. Of course, yeah, at that point, Dan and I we knew that this was going to turn into a smear campaign. We did not know that the Gray State team was directly involved with it. I mean, like this is their project. That's what it really is.
It didn't even answer any questions. It really, really backfired on them. If they had made this movie to keep people from questioning what happened, it really backfired.
I really think they want to keep people questioning it so that they can play the victim and come out and say, no, it's not. The problem is people aren't buying their reasoning why. That's their biggest problem is nobody's buying it. So.
Well, there's no proof to buy their reasoning.
No.
There isn't.
No, there isn't. No.
Not even in the police
and they know
report.
it.
Yeah, there's nothing. Anybody who comes around saying, that David was guilty or both David and Kamal were guilty, I was like, and your proof is what?
Yeah, what do you got? Because what do you have?
There's nothing. Absolutely nothing. And if they want to try to counter, it's like, well, here's my counter. DNA, the bullets, the fact that the police didn't even really know. And, I really don't want to bash them. I think that they were just doing what they were told to do. And the person I really would love to talk to is Tommy Booth. That is the one officer or detective that I would love to speak with. But
why Tommy?
Well, he worked closely with the BCA, and so I believe that he was one of the main contributors to the BCA reports. And between that and his own written report, it gives the most information of what he visually saw when he walked into that house. And I have a few questions that I would love to ask him, even off the record, just for my own knowledge. But to me, I just feel that he would be the one who I really would want to talk to. If out of all of them, that's the one person.